All right. We'll call this meeting to order. Today is March 23rd, 2022. This is the regular meeting of the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees. We will first do a roll call order to begin our meeting tonight. Secretary Reese.
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Herlinda Chico.
Present.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Here.
And Sunny Zia.
Here.
All right. We have a quorum met and all the trustees are here. Tonight, I'm not reading our, we're not meeting remotely according to the Brown Act. Next we go to item 1.3, public comments on closed session agenda items. This is an opportunity for the public to give 3-minute comments with a maximum of 20 minutes per subject. Do we have any public comments on closed session agenda items tonight?
Let me double check real quick.
And while we're double checking, if everyone could mute their cell phones, and also if you're not speaking, to have your mic turned off. And remember to click it on before you speak. No public comments? Thank you so much. Not having any public comments at this point, we're going to adjourn into closed session now, and we will re-adjourn.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order, and I'd like to make a motion on item 1.6 that you and Ms. Malauulu, Trustee Malauulu, recuse yourselves on allegations pertaining to you, on the discussions pertaining to you.
Before we do that, I will ask
I
Board
think I made a
Counsel-
motion.
Excuse me. Okay. Let me ask first, Board Counsel, are we taking motions on closed session agenda items before we get into closed session?
No, these are non-action items, and they are agendized as closed session discussions. So unless the board wishes to waive the attorney-client privileges and the confidentiality that it's afforded pursuant to the discussions that will take place on 1.6, 1.7, and 1.8, it would be my recommendation that those conversations and any discussion pertaining to the issue raised by Trustee Zia occur in closed session.
Thank you for the feedback.
I made a motion. Are you not going to recuse yourself, Chair Ntuk and
Point of order, Trustee
Trustee
Zia?
Malauulu? I have a motion on the floor, and I'd like
There
to
is
get
no
a second.
motion on the floor. There has been no second.
Well, you haven't asked for a second.
I don't have to ask for a second or Robert's Rule of Order, and if anyone wants to make a second, they can.
I'll second.
Call for the vote.
I'm going to take on legal advice that this motion is out of order, that this is not the opportunity to make motions on closed session agenda items, and we will discuss. in
So you're not going to
closed session.
recuse yourself on matters pertaining to you, that you and Trustee Malauulu have been named defendants on this lawsuit by the former superintendent?
We are going to talk about this in closed session, so.
You can't.
there-
You're a named defendant on topics related to you and Ms. Malauulu. You have a conflict of interest, and I don't think it's appropriate for you to participate in that portion.
Well, first, back to point of order. We did get legal advice that a motion is not valid at this point. So even if there's a motion in a second, the chair does not recognize it and it is out of bounds of Robert's Rules of Order. At this point, we are going into closed session, and there's not any items to discuss at this point. So there's questions we can discuss in closed session when we get to that topic. So now we will recess into closed session. Thank you, everyone.
I really want
We're going to call the meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. This is our first time in 2 years being back here on campus for a board meeting. So big round of applause for that. Well, welcome. My name is Uduak-Joe Ntuk, president of the board. We're reconvening from closed session. We're actually going into agenda item 2.2, Pledge of Allegiance. And this is Vice President Chico's first in-person meeting since she's been elected. So we're going to ask her to do the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. So Vice President Chico.
Great.
Thank you. And just a reminder, please, if you have your cell phone unmuted, if you can click it to vibrate or turn it off. Just want to thank everybody back in person now. Moving to item 2.3 is land acknowledgement. We want to recognize our mission of supporting and fostering learning through the generations and dissemination of knowledge. Long Beach City College acknowledges our presence on traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. We seek here to prioritize respect for the historical cultures and contemporary presence of First Nations and Indigenous people throughout California, especially in Long Beach and the greater Los Angeles area. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from these territories. We honor and respect the many diverse Indigenous people still connected to this land, which we are gathering on today. We'll move now into item 2.4, roll call of the trustees.
Virginia Baxter,
Here.
Erlinda Chico,
Present.
Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Here?
Sunny Zia,
Here.
and student trustee Blackman.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum of the board. Moving on to item 2.5, closed session agenda items. We have no reportable actions out of closed session, and we will have a second closed session at the end of the meeting tonight. Item 2.6 is public comments on the agenda. This is an opportunity for the public to comment in 3-minute increments per speaker with a maximum 20 minutes per subject. I know we did not have any advanced, and we'd still have written or phone public comments like we've had during the pandemic, but we also have in-person public comment today. So I don't know, Secretary Reese, did we have any additional virtual public comments?
No requests today.
And do we have anybody here in the audience that requested?
No, no requests.
Okay. All right, moving on to item 2.7. This is approval of the minutes of the February 15th, 2022 special board meeting of the Board of Trustees. This is an action item. Attached to the agenda is the draft minutes. And I'll need a motion and a second to advance this.
So moved.
Motion by Vice President Chico,
Second.
second by Trustee Malauulu. Any discussion on the draft minutes from February 15th? Seeing and hearing none, I guess we don't need to do a roll call vote any longer, right? We can just do a voice vote. I know we've been in roll call vote for 2 years, but
Right.
we're actually here now, so we don't.
I don't have to do a roll call vote. I did not know this. I'm so sorry.
Trying to make the meeting easier.
I even watched an old one. So I guess all those in favor say aye.
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 All those
Opposed.
not in favor say nay.
Oh, yeah, this is the first time. As board secretary, has been board secretary since we've been.
We're all new here tonight.
Yes, everyone's new. We're working
Thanks
through the
for your
mechanics.
patience.
So I heard a unanimous yeas and no nays, and so the minutes are adopted. Moving on to item 2.8. This is approval of the February 28th regular board meeting minutes. This is also an action item that will need a motion and a second to advance.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Zia, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion on the draft minutes? Seeing and hearing none, can we have a vote?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
The ayes have it, the minutes are adopted. Moving now to our report sections. We're going to have our ASB President's Report. This is a 5-minute item from Ava Cross. Ava, if you want to come to the mic. Yes. Just tap
This
to
is
make
it?
sure. There you go, we
Okay.
can hear you.
Hello. Oh my gosh. How many of these have we done? And I'm nervous all over again. It's good to see everyone in person. I typically don't do my notes on an iPad, so I think I was a little wordier on a couple items than I'd meant to be, but we'll see how this turns out. I think there are 2 specific items that I'm going to focus on. I have a bit to share about the SSCCC General Assembly resolutions and that current process within the associated student body sphere of operations. For a little bit of background, student government associations within the California Community College system are all an attachment to one degree or another to the SSCCC, the Student Senate of California Community Colleges. Every year, the SSCCC holds General Assembly, and one of the primary items of focus during this yearly assembling of CCC students, advisors, and attached parties is the voting and discussion of that year's particular set of newly proposed resolutions. Each CCC Student Government Association reviews the set of resolutions on their own time and prior to the larger General Assembly and attempts to come to unanimous decision with regards to each and every resolution, in favor, not in favor, etc. In preparation for General Assembly, the ASB had scheduled several additional cabinet meetings of late. Typically, the entirety of cabinet meets every other week. The openings during the interim periods provide us with some leeway to hold a number of internal committee meetings if necessary or needed, which is why our schedule is built this way. With that in mind, for comparison, within this last month, Cabinet has met in an official capacity a total of 3 times, February 28th, March 7th, and March 21st. In vain with current proceedings, Cabinet will have one more meeting, again predominantly for the sake of the resolutions timeline, on March 28th. It is at this upcoming meeting that the item concerning the resolutions will be overarchingly action-based. Each resolution will be voted on individually by all cabinet members in attendance using a standard roll call system. In attendance at General Assembly itself, or at the General Assembly itself, will be the ASB Vice President of Legislative Affairs, the student trustee, and the ASB President, hello, me. This year's gathering will be held in person in Sacramento, California from the weekend of April 1st to 3rd. Though Richard and I will be in attendance, it is the role of Ramon, the VP of Legislative Affairs, to make the official communications with the SCCC with regards to the voting preferences of the LBCC cabinet. Can I check on my timing? Okay, I'm seeing it. I don't have my glasses today. We're working with this. Yeah, bad day to not find my glasses. Let's see, yes. So I'm also very pleased to say that 9 students from JFLI, the John Philippa Leadership Institute, will be joining us for the entire duration of the weekend to learn about student government and parliamentary procedures at the CCC level on a larger stage. There have been communications made through the grapevine to help to prepare the JFLI members for the verbiage of the discussions that they will be listening to at General Assembly in an attempt to prepare them for the experience. Resources have been made available if wanted. And then for my second note, I wanted to touch upon the LAC elevator situation from this past month and the resolution of the situation. Partly, I think, due to the increased number of cabinet meetings over the past several weeks, it was brought to the attention of the cabinet that there were mounting student concerns regarding the safety of the elevators in the LAC parking structure. When reports were first circulating, it was noted that 2 elevators were extremely dark in the interior due to black tinted decals covering the windows, dim internal light fixtures on the ceilings, and several broken, unrepaired lighting fixtures also on the ceilings. The concerns were definitely more than understandable from students. With that said, I'm happy to be able to relay that the situation was resolved, but not without a group effort. I wanted to say thank you to the students who were willing to speak to me on the topic, and thank you to the cabinet members who spoke up at one of our meetings. Thank you to Kim Hammond, Taylor Robertson, and Dr. Kirkwood for your communication with regards to the concern within student life. Thank you to Kim Kasuga, Sydney Leon, and Dr. Corral. The former 2 were my first lines of communication within the exec office, and Dr. Corral, as always, extremely helpful in helping me resolve the situation on the whole and keeping me updated through the whole process. And finally, of course, a big thank you goes to the facilities team for fixing the issue itself. I see I'm running out of time. Anyways, it was important to me to go through this long list of thank yous because it's so important that students feel safe and that they feel listened to when they express otherwise, or anyone for that matter in our campus community and our Viking family. I've heard such appreciation from those that have seen the difference made to the elevators, and the changes might seem small on paper, but the impact with regards to trust are massive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava. Thank you for the report. Thank you for your leadership in addressing the elevator situation. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Board President.
We now move to agenda item 210, our student trustee report. This is where student trustee Blackman has 5 minutes. And if anybody's not speaking, if you can turn your mic off, your red light indicates it's on.
Thank you, Board President. Thank you, Ava, for a great report as well, too. I'm really glad as well that everyone was able to move so quickly and getting the elevator situation fixed. After we heard the student concerns, I myself went into the elevator and took a selfie in there, and you couldn't even see my face because it was so dark in that elevator. So that was a major safety concern that I'm really glad we were able to get fixed so quickly. I also just want to begin my report by just acknowledging Russia's war against Ukraine, and just let our students know that we're here with them. We stand with them as well, too. I know it's a really, really wild time for a lot of our students who may be going through having family over there, or just, feeling the effects of that whole situation. So just let them know that we're with them. We're here for you, and we have many resources to help you as many ways that we can. On a lighter note, I'd like to acknowledge, Women's History Month and the wonderful women who are part of our college, especially. It's been a special shout out to President Ava Cross for all the work that she does for our college. I know she just stepped outside, but to also the other women who are up here as well, and behind the scenes making things work at our college. So thank you all so much for all that you do. And I also want to congratulate our LBCC cheer team who just won the U.S. National Championship. So I congratulate all the students, coaches, and the staff members who helped make that happen. We were really happy to be able to close Black Heritage Month out last month with a lot of really great programming. We had our students performing art showcase to close the month out, which is really nice. I think the students were happy to be back and being able to perform their art in front of other students and faculty as well. We also had our event with Dr. Cornell West, where Ava and myself and another student were able to ask him some questions and be able to learn from the wonderful many things that he's been able to experience throughout his life. So we're very grateful for that event. To have a great Black Heritage Month, our programming this year was just as amazing as it is every year, so I'm so grateful for that. We had our Social Justice Intercultural Center ribbon cutting. I'm so grateful that that center is finally open. It's a really nice center, beautiful down there. The mural looks great. And I'm hoping that it can really become a center where all of our students can just really just go down there and hang out, but also find so many resources. We've got a great grab and go down there, so you can go there and just grab a snack. We've got computers and just a chill space. You can go charge your phone. Whatever the case may be, I'm just really happy that that center was able to be implemented on our campus, especially so soon. So I'm really happy for that. I hope that we can begin to promote that a lot more so that we can use that for public events and just more things, because it's a great new center that we have here. It's also been great just to keep advocating for students and everything as well, too. Thankful for the college for being able to provide the free transportation for all of our students. It's a really huge deal, and I'm so grateful that we have that. Just closing these barriers for more of our students and be able to provide more that we can for them. I was very pleased to be able to speak with the Foundation for Community Colleges, Pathway to Equity student panel the other week. That was just great to be able to, again, keep advocating for our students and let people know kind of how we're feeling from a student level. I think a lot of people are kind of wondering, how the students are going through the pandemic, and I'm able to kind of advocate for that, but then also learn more about what more students are going through to kind of help them bring it back home and see what we can do on our campus. As well as going to the Amen African American Male Summit, as well too, and representing our college. The theme for this year was a radical reimagination of Black male student success. And I learned so much from that as well too, about how I can continue to advocate for Black male mental health on our campus and for all of our students of color, and how we can continue to charter more clubs on campus to continue to push that message as well too, and get our students to feel included and active and engaged on campus. It was also just great to be able to go to the LBCC Hall of Champions event last week and see many of you all there as well too. It was great to be able to connect with the alumni who went here as well, and just see the pride that everyone has, going to LBCC and just being a Viking for life. I think that was just a really good sense of just being around so many people who do so many different things and coming together to still want to be involved with LBCC after all these years. So yeah, I look forward to attending the 4th Annual Men of Color Conference on Friday and representing us as well too. And I'm also looking forward to our in-person commencement happening this year as well. So that should be a great event. And I'm just looking forward to the rest of the semester. I think everything's been pretty successful so far. I'm very grateful for the leadership. We've had a very successful time in person on campus. I think the mask requirements that we have been implementing have been well received by our students as well too. So I'm very happy that things are going as well as they are. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Blackman. Appreciate the report. It's a reminder they're already 2 months into the semester, even though this is the first time we're in person tonight. And also a reminder, we do have copies of the Black History Month resolution from last month. There's a copy for you and a copy for Board Council Ewing at the end of the dais that we can, at the end of the meeting, make sure you get it. So thank you. We'll now move on to item 211, which is our Academic Senate President's Report. But I know Suman Mondanar is out ill, I think, this evening. Do we have anybody in her place to speak, or we're just skip?
Not to my knowledge.
No? Okay. All right, we'll move on to item 2.12, classified Senate President's Report for 5 minutes. And Cece.
Hi. I get to see this view of all of you. It's wonderful to see all of you and here, Linda. And to be here in person, it's wonderful. So I'm gonna talk about some wonderful things that we're doing. We have a program called Classified Hero. We do it once a month. And there's a form that classified professionals can fill out to nominate people. And so for March, we had Jesse Parker, and the person who nominated called him a custodian extraordinaire. And his superpowers, you can see, COVID buster, dynamic, energetic, and cares a lot. So this is shared with every classified and on our social media accounts. And a lot of you know about our Wellness Wednesday program that we've had since the beginning of the pandemic, which has been very successful and very wonderful and healing for a lot of classified. And we're doing it twice a month for this semester, and supporting classified with beneficial information. We've had a lot of classified do, including myself, I did too, the programs. And then we've had some outside people as well. So these are just a list of some of the topics, and I've talked about this pretty much every one of my board reports, so you probably remember a lot of these. And it doesn't have the one that Jimmy Flowers did, which is about hidden places in Long Beach on the list. That was a very memorable one. And then here's we had one so far, the pet parents, and then today was picking up after the pandemic, and I couldn't go to it, but everybody was raving about that. And then the upcoming ones, 80s music, our classified person, Mickey Motley, has done these music ones, and they're just like, great. And then she's also doing the desk fitness one. It's like, you know, you sit at your desk and you do exercises. And then one of the things we've been doing a lot, obviously on Zoom, are these open forums and info sessions. And rather than having a person come to our council meetings, you know, there's 13, 14 people, we've given the opportunity to a lot of people to have an open forum or info session, which means everybody can come. We got a pretty good attendance, but it's also recorded, so anybody can watch it after. And we did that in the fall for the accreditation. And then we did one yesterday, which was with Jose Gutierrez and Anthony Hayes from Student Services, talking about the program mapper and the degree planner. And it was great because there was a lot of people there and asking a lot of really great questions. We're both really excited about these two tools. But then as Anthony and Jose were talking about all the different groups that worked on it and participated, LBUSD, CSULB, IITS, all these different groups, it was a really good example of cross-team collaboration. It was very exciting to hear about. And then we have two more for the first and second readings of the strategic plan coming up. And you know, usually there's about 20 minutes, half hour for questions, which is really great. So these things are working out really well for us. And you can see this if you look in board docs under agenda item 1619, the new people that have started in the last month or so. Welcome everybody to LBCC. And then here are the people that have left the college. And we just want to say good luck in your future endeavors. So this is the quote that I'm gonna show you. Just be kind, for everyone is facing a hard battle, because as we transition out of the pandemic, hopefully into real normal life, or a lot of people like to say new normal, we're gonna have to remember to be kind and not go back to, you know, think we need to remember our pandemic lessons. And I'm really hoping that people do that. So that is my last thought. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Cece. Wonderful report. Oh,
This is Doris May. She works in the stadium.
hi, Doris.
She's a good friend of mine. And she's in charge of the podium tonight. So classified, proud classified professional.
Thanks for keeping all of us safe tonight. Thanks for the recognition, and appreciate the highlighting of the wellness programs and the engagement opportunities. I think it's really strategic to be able to engage with folks on accreditation and in the upcoming strategic planning session. So thank you, Cece. We were going to skip it, but I think we're good. We're going to go to the item 2.13, LBCCFA bargaining presence report. This is a 5-minute item, and we have a couple of speakers. But we'll start with Suzanne.
Can you hear me? It's not on? How's that? Maybe I just need to be closer? Okay. How's that? Good to see you all. So tonight I want to echo, yes, be kind, right? We're going through a lot of transitions, and all of us are processing it in different ways. So I just thank you, CC, for ending that. And I would like to start my my presentation as well on saying yes to be kind and thoughtful and considerate for one another. And I just want to do a little plug. I'm glad that the board is looking at and considering teleconferencing in the open meetings, because we still have members of our faculty and community that can't come out in the open and no choice of their own. So tonight, though, I want to focus on our LBCCFA negotiations, and who we have here tonight is our chief negotiator, Janae Hun, and one of our members, Sophia Baez, that will represent the negotiation team, a few others that cannot be here tonight because of school and other previous commitments. But with that, I'm going to give it over to Janae Hun to give you an update on how our negotiations are going. So again, good to see everyone, and take care.
Thank you, Suzanne, and good evening to everyone. It's really fantastic to be back in this room. Good evening, Board President Ntuk, Board Vice President Chico, board members, our Superintendent President Munoz, our vice presidents, our faculty and staff and students and community members, everybody who's here and everybody who's watching. So good evening. And yeah, I'm here to show you an infographic. We've shared this with the district. We're just sharing this with you tonight. We are actively bargaining. We are opening up Article 11 as our financial article, and Article 7 as one of our non-financials, and Article 10 as one of our non-financials. But this infographic is just kind of, before we put our financial proposal on the table for Article 10, we wanted to give some background in terms of the finances. And so we know the district is in really excellent financial standing. We know that there are $47 million in reserves, which represents 34%, in our reserves. And the chancellor's office requires only 5%. So we know we are in super standing that way. We also know that recent government data has come out with a statistic that inflation is at 7.9%. And we also know that COLA, COLA is our cost of living adjustment, that this is something that faculty have tended not to get our full COLA year in and year out. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. All right, so this shows you the data on COLA, and as recently as last year, the college got 5.07% in COLA, and we faculty received 3% when we negotiated last year. So if you look at this, the years that COLA is funded, the district tends not to pass that on to faculty. In actually none of the years when the district got the full COLA did that actually extend to faculty. And so we know the district is in really excellent standing. Just last year, $7 million went into the reserves. So, we are hoping this negotiations round that the district will be investing in faculty. The governor's January budget was declaring COLA at, I think, 5.33%, but we're hearing that that's going upward, maybe 6, maybe double digits. I don't know what it's going to be in May revise, but we just want to remind the district that, it's really excellent. You're in such great financial standing, and reminding you all to invest in the people who deliver student success at the college. Next slide, please. Great. And so, sorry for audience, maybe it's not the best visual for you to see here, but I guess pay attention to rankings of 3rd, 2nd, 11th, and 10th. We've done a lot of data analysis looking at how we fare to our comparable colleges, and we know that in our second column, step 1, which is where a lot of new faculty start out, i.e. maybe many of our 40 faculty that are getting hired this year, we do really quite well at the beginning of the salary schedule. We rank 3rd out of 11 colleges that we can compare to in our contract. When it comes to second place, we rank 2nd out of those 11 colleges on our column 6 at our step 10. And column 6 is the highest education you can have without a doctorate, and step 10. So, we think we're doing actually pretty good with our comparables with regards to the beginning of your career here. What's really problematic, and we've noticed this, and it's actually so depressing for me to have to deliver this, that we rank last, 11th out of 11 colleges in our column 6. When we compare our faculty who have as much education as they could get without a doctorate, and when we look at longevity in our comparable colleges' contracts, we see we're the worst. You cannot go any lower than we are. And that's super saddening for me, especially because I've been very active in our union for the past 10 years, and I'm like, and that's all you have to show for it. It's sad. It's also sad for our faculty that have the most education. In our column 7, for our faculty who have a doctorate, we rank 10th out of 11. When we look at our step 20, and with regards to longevity, we know that our most educated faculty, most senior faculty actually fare very poorly here. So we are hoping for success in this round of negotiations. And I did have a last slide on there that actually showed the other team members. I'm out of time. Sophia Baez, we've got Veronica Alvarez, Robin Arias, Angel Maldonado, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We hit our 5 minutes. Thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciate the transparency of the presentation, especially our students are here. It's sometimes inside baseball that we all know what a COLA means, but be able to share for the general public and the students to know. So thank you for the detailed presentation. We're now going to item 2.14, AFT Bargaining Presence Report. This is also a 5-minute item. Mr. Rometta?
That better? Sorry. Been an interesting 2 years. Been a while since I stood up here. Have to admit, kind of miss it, but not a lot. Where to start out? I want to welcome all of you back. Those of you who have never been here, I hope it's an experience you enjoy. President Nuntak, now President Mike Munoz, who's now president, gets to sit here and see all this wonderful faces. Hope you all enjoy this, and as much as we all like seeing you. But like my report, I'm going to try to keep it as simple as possible. Classified as well during negotiations. I didn't make pretty slides yet. I'll work on the presentation later. But bottom line for us is it hurts us more than probably anybody else at the college, because inflation, gas prices, everything that's going on hurts us a lot, because we don't have that margin that a lot of other equity groups do. We didn't get a raise last year. They got 3% out of 5. We got zip. I'm not putting that down as your fault. I'm just saying times are really tough for us. So, we're trying to negotiate with good faith. I know that they report to you guys in closed session. Hope you understand our point of view. We're looking for sizable help to help the classified this year. We'll be pushing this more and more as we go on in other sessions, but for now, I just want you to be aware. Everything that Janae said is absolutely true for us. gave an amazing presentation, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But, and I'll be looking at those slides more closely as well. But to be honest with you, you know, I just want to come from the heart and say, look, a lot of people are really having a hard time with this time right now. And I haven't really seen it this way in a long time. And the gas prices are just killing a lot of people getting to work, and especially those who commute. It's really hard on us. So I want you to be aware where we're coming from in the future. So if you start to see emails and flyers and the whole thing starting up, we're giving the district time, trying to work with the new Vice President Loy to work out a good deal for us and try to come to a joint meeting, you know, of the minds at the right place for the district and the classified. But at the same time, we're going to be pushing pretty hard to move forward to help our people. Thank you so much. Best of luck this year.
Thank you, Robert.
Mr. Chair, can I just say something? I want to recognize that the former president of AFT and our former personnel commissioner, Mr. Thomas Hamilton, is also in the room with us. Welcome, Thomas. And also, I'll be remiss not to recognize Honorable Dr. Felton Williams is here, former school board member with us tonight. Welcome, Dr. Williams. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Moving to our next agenda item 2.15, and we have lots of people in the audience we could recognize tonight, but welcome again, everyone. Item 2.14, AFT bargaining presence report we just completed. 2.15 is CHI bargaining presence report. This is a 5-minute item with Curtis.
Right. Well, I'm impressed that we have a fully accessible podium, so I can make it high enough, and it's customized to my height or to anybody's height. And that's the one thing that's really great about Long Beach City College. We reach people where they are. And one of the benefits of going after the Faculty Association is they've done all the research, and the fact that we have a inflation that's 7.9%. I read recently that January was 0.6% and February is 0.8%, so it continues to go up and up. And then we also hear that we had a COLA, the cost of living adjustment, that came to the college. And you probably hear from me when I've been in previous meetings, and a few of you are probably saying, all this guy does is complain. Because I represent the part-time faculty, I hear lots of complaints. That's the majority of what people, and they're just very frustrated by not having a raise since 2019 and no cost of living. And somebody said to me, we're living, can we get that? And it would be nice if the cost of living would come through like a tide raising all boats, because I'm sure that you didn't have to negotiate with the state of California to receive this cost of living for Long Beach City. And so we are in the position where we have to negotiate. Now, fortunately, we're looking forward to negotiations this next month with Vice President Nishua, so it's going to be very helpful to have that as an opportunity. Hopefully, we'll get the COLA passed through and maybe some other compensation that has been missing. The other thing I wanted to mention is we're looking forward to data from the HERF fund that was promised some time ago. We're hoping that there is extra monies for the extra work that our members had to put in. Let's see. The other thing is there's a question, is it ever acceptable to pay your employees less than minimum wage? I'm just going to put that out there. Fortunately, in the most recent hiring or search committee for the president, Vice President Nishua and I negotiated, and we were able to get the CHI member who was serving on the committee paid on their hourly rate. That was really helpful, because all the others, when we've served on other committees, it sometimes stretches into many more hours and you're paid a flat $150. And when I served on Vice President Lee Douglas's committee, I think I put, so it was down around $7 an hour. So I don't know what to do. I accepted the $150, but ultimately it's a lot more work than the $15 an hour should be. So we're hoping that these things get rectified, and having a reserve, it's being that's increasing when we're going backwards. is really a challenge. And the people who are talking through these things with me, like, how come there's more money to do everything else? And we know we have bond funds here to make the accessible podiums and everything else work better, but we do need some more money for the least paid of the employees. And so we're glad that Long Beach City College meets people where they are. And I'll set this back down for the next speaker. Thank you.
I did. Thank you, Curtis, for the report. Moving on to, that is our last report of the evening. We are now moving to item 2.16 is reordering of the agenda. This is an opportunity if there's an item that we need to move up or a group or a presenter that needs to leave early, we can do so. If there's any items. Seeing and hearing none, we're going to go to our Superintendent President Report section. And this is for Dr. Munoz, and he's requested 10 minutes tonight. If there's no objection, we'll go to Dr. Munoz for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Board President Mintek. Well, good evening, everyone. This truly is a special evening to see all of us here together. I'm just going to take this moment in for a moment because we're back, and it's long overdue. Let's just give a round of applause for us all to be together. This is really monumentous. It's exciting to see Board President Ntuk chairing this live meeting. We welcome Vice President Chico to her first live board meeting and sitting at the dais, as well as our vice presidents, and we have our constituency group leaders, and as well as community members in the audience. So thank you again. I say it practically every month, but we are in the midst of a high performance season here at Long Beach City College. So while you can see our first slide, we're recognizing and acknowledging March as Women's History Month, as declared by presidential proclamation in 1955. And appropriately, this year's theme is Women Providing Healing, Promoting Hope. LBCC will honor Women's History Month with something new this year, our first inaugural Inspiring Women of LBCC recognition program. I'm looking forward to honoring the many contributions made by women here at Long Beach City College. If we can go to the next slide, Dario. We also announced this month about a partnership with Long Beach Transit and LA Metro, where we are extending and expanding our Strong Beach Bus Pass pilot program. This new partnership will allow our students to apply for a Metro Go Pass that will allow them to ride for free across several transportation systems. And so when we think about what it looks like to emerge out of the pandemic and re-engage many of our students, this is going to be a key service. And when I say our students, I want to be clear. I mean all of our students. This means full-time, part-time, credit, non-credit, dual enrollment. So this is very significant. This is another exciting partnership that is going to make a huge difference for our students. Next slide. The peer review team for our Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior Colleges recently visited our campus virtually. I'm proud to announce that their preliminary findings were really positive. At this point, the peer review team will now finalize the team report that will be submitted to ACCJC. The commission will review our ICER as well as the team's report before making a final decision on our accreditation reaffirmation at their June 2022 meeting. So what does this mean? Towards the end of June, we'll have the official outcome, but we're really optimistic and proud of the work we've done, and we expect a very strong finding. I also want to acknowledge that we had a small celebration to dedicate the Social Justice and Intercultural Center about 2 weeks ago. This is known as our SJIC Center on the lower level of the College Center in the E building. I would like to share a brief highlight video that covers the ribbon cutting celebration to give you a little bit of flair of what went down.
We have gathered today for what is truly a monumental and significant moment in our journey as a college. It is the ribbon cutting for our Social Justice and Intercultural Center. We have been on a journey of anti-racism. We've been on a journey of equity.
Welcome, everyone. Great to see you. Spring semester is back. First time in 2 years almost that we're back in session on campus, and excited to be here today. Besides housing an array of equity-rooted programs and services, the SJIC is designed as a space where students can access resources and research and can organize around issues of social justice and equity. At Long Beach City College, we acknowledge the existence and long-standing impacts of systemic racism in Southern California neighborhoods and neighborhoods across the nation and around the world.
It was really our student leaders coming forward and saying, you know, we need a space, a center that's dedicated to really advancing LBCC's cultural heritage and identity work on our campus. Our former ASB cabinet from about 2 or 3 years ago came up with the title Social Justice and Intercultural Center. That was very important for them because they didn't want it just to be a place where people's identities were validated and seen, but a place of action where students felt empowered to not only see their identities as a source of strength, but also most importantly, to be able to create the actionable change in our communities that they want to see happen.
So it was, again, like I said, really exciting to see the ribbon cutting and the excitement amongst our students as they talk about the significance of the Social Justice and Intercultural Center. I also want to share that last Friday, I joined a crowd at the Grand to celebrate the newest inductees to the Hall of Champions. So I want to send a big congratulations to Sia Cobb, Vern Followell, Dr. Richard Graves, Jim Murphy, Mark Robbins, Derek Santifer, Grant Uba, and Christian Windrich. We also got a sneak preview of a video that will be shown at all of our huge monitors at the Kinesiology Lab and Aquatic Centers. So I'm really excited to share this new campaign that we're going to be launching to support our student athletes.
You want to talk about champions? You want to talk about champions? Do you want to talk about champions?
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 Let's talk about being a champion.
I am a champion. I am a champion.
I am a champion.
I am a champion.
Yas is champion.
I am a champion.
I know both.
I am a champion.
I am a champion.
Yo soy una campeona. I am a champion.
It's not about the next 2 years, it's about the next 20.
What allows me to be a champion is you.
Yeah, that deserves a round of applause. Does that not give you chills to see our student champions in action? And so we're really looking forward to continuing to elevate and support our student athletes. And so you see a few pictures there as well from the event. And speaking of champions, the LBCC cheer team followed up their January first place victory in the state cheer pros competition by winning the national championship in February. Congratulations to our cheer team. I also want to recognize Diana Galias, head of the program for the athletics department, as well as coaches David Shaw and Ronaldo Vincencio. These LBCC ambassadors who cheer us on at athletic events, homecoming activities, and more are always placing in top competitions. So this is their 4th time in winning the national title, so go Vikings. On a personal note, I'd like to share that Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis appointed me recently to serve on the State Associate Degree for Transfer Intersegmental Implementation Committee. This is a very important committee. This is probably the most significant legislation around transfer reform since the creation of the Master Plan for Higher Education. So I'm really excited to support and my colleagues at the UC and CCU system as we strategize strategies essentially to increase degree attainment and close racial equity gaps across the state. Next slide. So really exciting, building kind of on this athletic theme. We've got the ribbon cutting coming up for the CLAC, the highly anticipated Kinesiology Lab and Aquatic Center. on April 1st at 9 a.m. So we want to invite the campus and community to come out and attend. I want to extend a congratulations to all who have worked for so long in making this dream a reality. If you haven't had an opportunity to tour the CLAC, it is phenomenal and exceptional. I can tell you these facilities rival anything you would see at a four-year university, and what our students deserve. So again, really excited to have the ribbon cutting, and we hope to see everybody on April 1st at 9 a.m. I also want to ask folks to be please to check your mailboxes in the next few weeks, because we've just wrapped up our latest mail piece that will drop in the district. This is our 2021 community report, and so you'll be receiving that in your mailboxes soon. And I want to extend a big congratulations to Joshua and Stacy and Camille and the whole team. Andrew, really putting together an outstanding collateral material that I think really represents the impact that Long Beach City College has had over the last year. So in the area of career technical education, I'm excited to share that LBCC's career technical education team has hit on the perfect way to spread the word again and to gain awareness for support of the automotive-related certificate programs by being an official sponsor of the 4th Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. So I want you to be on the lookout for the LBCC logo around the track on April 8th through April 10th. And the focus will not just be on LBCC's terrific automotive programs. Many of our CTE programs will be highlighted and promoted as well. Programs such as culinary arts, fashion design, cybersecurity. So this really is an exciting opportunity for LBCC to shine on a national stage, or should I say track. And all LBCC students and employees are eligible for a free ticket to attend the Grand Prix on Friday, April 8th. So if you're interested in learning how to get your free ticket, please visit lbcc.edu/CTE. We also have an upcoming week of festivities in recognition of my new appointment. And so I'm really excited to share that we are combining the State of the College with an installation ceremony on April 14th. So we really want to encourage faculty, staff, students, and the community to come out and participate in our State of the College. The idea to combine the installation with the State of the College was important for me. In thinking about past State of the Colleges, it was really about kind of engaging our external community. And I wanted to have an event that really brought our campus together, our internal stakeholders with our external stakeholders, so that we can really hear the successes of the college and highlights of our students. And for my last update, I'm excited to share that we will be back in person for commencement. So we will top our amazing academic year with our first in-person commencement ceremony in 2 years. We'll be inviting the classes of 2020, 2021, and 2022 to join us on Thursday, June 9th. I'm not the only one to say this, but I know we're all really looking forward to celebrating our graduates' accomplishments in person. So this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Great report. Congratulations again on your appointment. It's great to see the system-wide leadership role you have and associate degree of transfer, and I'm excited to get some Grand Prix tickets there and support our CTE programs. And I really encourage folks to save the date for those installation week. It's going to be, I think, a really exciting week. So thank you. We're now moving into section 4. These are presentations. Each one is a 15-minute agenda item with an additional 25 minutes for comments and questions, which each board member would have an opportunity for 5 minutes to speak. But we're going to 4.1, which is a recognition of the LCOM system. This is a presentation from Dr. Munoz, who will introduce Dr. Douglas. But this is a recognition of the LCOM system, who is a global leader in electronic interconnection manufacturing and solution specialization and design and manufacturing of high cost of failure applications for defense and space companies across the country, including many of the operating in our direct geographic region. LCOM operates out of 4 global locations, and its main headquarters and manufacturing center is here in Orange County, where they were experiencing photochemical, I think it's supposed to be photochemical. Oh, is it phenomenal? Okay, somebody spelled it right. Phenomenal growth. To the important role that we have of the build out of commercial space supply chain. So I know we have representatives tonight. I think you could raise your hand. There, thank you. And we'll pass it to Dr. Munoz for the presentation.
Thank you, Board President Ntuk. So at this time, I'd actually like to turn, I have to, I'm like, where is Dr. Douglas? He's over here. You know, we haven't been in person in a couple years. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Douglas, who's going to talk a little bit about this really wonderful partnership that we have with ALCOM and introduce Mr. Robel and other guests. So Dr. Douglas, would you like to take the floor, please?
Thank you, Superintendent President Munoz. I hope you all can hear me. I feel like I'm in a vacuum. How about now? I heard that red means that it was on. So it is red right now, but I'll move in and hopefully you can hear me. Fantastic. First, I'd like to really give thanks to Trustee Sunny Zia, who introduced Dean Carbonaro, who is the Dean of the CTE program, to the CEO of ALCOM Systems, Mr. Eric Vrobel. Dean Carbonaro, along with several CTE faculty and administrators, toured the ALCOM facility to meet with Mr. Vrobel and talk with him and his staff. He explained his workforce needs, and LBCC agreed to write curriculum which will prepare our students for careers in the aerospace industry. Professor Scott Frazier worked with Mr. Vrobel's staff and his chief engineer to develop the curriculum, and that curriculum was recently approved by the Chancellor's Office. We're excited to launch the program later this spring. We hope to supply ALCOM with qualified and deserving LBCC students for years to come. Thank you so much for your representation for Long Beach City College. And at this time, I understand we have a certificate that we'd like to present. Superintendent, yes, we do.
Excellent. We do have a certificate, an opportunity to do a photo, but before we do that, if any trustees want to say anything for Trustee Zia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, ALCOM. Shalom, Arik Vrubel, Mr. Vrubel, and Mr. Gioa Rosenberg. Thank you for being here. It was almost a year to the date last year at Mr. Vrubel's house over Passover, observing Passover, that we discussed this. Thank you for your faith in me, Mr. Vrubel. Arik Achi, thank you. I appreciate you wanting to invest in our students. They approached me and said, look, let's have a partnership, an American-based company, manufacturing company, that has a global reach in space and defense, and it will be a great opportunity to build the pipeline and supply our students as their workforce needs continue to grow. Thank you so much. I know you have a lot of options and the reach that you have internationally and recently gone public and being bought out. So it's even more of an opportunity. Thank you for hiring our students. They can't hire fast enough. So students out there, tell your friends, your folks that you know that are looking for an opportunity. With this curriculum that is set, it's an excellent opportunity to get into this industry. And it is a testament to the opportunity that we have for our Center for Community Industry Partnership that we started back in 2018, 2019. I see Melissa and Ficino in the back. We started with one industry partner, the Port of Long Beach. We're over 500 business industry partners that hire our students, mentor, and provide internship opportunities such as ALCOM Systems, and we appreciate that. I also want to give a big shout out to Dean Gene Carbonaro and his fabulous team. I know Anthony Pagan and Scott and all the faculty at CTE that were involved brought this to fruition. So thank you. It was with your will and grit that you made this happen, and I really appreciate that. And again, really grateful to you, Mr. Vrubel and Mr. Rosenberg, for this partnership. I can't wait to send more students over your way and make sure your workforce needs are met. The district is here to serve and support you, and you can count on us to meet your demand of your industry. Thank you.
Any other trustees? All right, let's take a picture. Sure. If you'd like to come up and say something, not a problem.
It's not every day that we have an international leader among us, so of course you can say a few words, Mr. Verbal.
Thank you, Trustee Zia.
My pleasure, President Tuck.
This work? Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you for having us here. We really appreciate the opportunity to, one, be here. This is the first time that I've been at the LBCC campus, and it's a beautiful campus and a great school. I want to thank Trustee Zia for putting this together. Indeed, we talked about a year ago, and I was pretty skeptical whether we can build this partnership, and I've been really impressed with her leadership, and Dean Carbonero and the team have just taken the bull by the horn and really made it happen, visited us, understood what we needed, worked with our lead here, Herman Rosenberg, to develop a plan. And really the thank you again comes from us as industry to you, to building a partnership that's, you know, helping the industry prosper and grow, and helping your students build a career path. And for us, it's not that we're just looking for employment. We are looking for employment. It's very important for our growth, but we see this as building an ecosystem. And as the ecosystem grows, it's a good thing for all of industry. As Trustee Zia mentioned, we're very highly involved with the space industry, companies like Blue Origin, Virgin Orbit, of course, SpaceX, and a few others that are right here within our geography. And again, the more we can support them, the more LBCC can support them, the better the ecosystem is going to grow. And we think that this is a great investment and a long-term partnership. So we appreciate the cooperation, and we look forward to making this a very successful program for both of us.
All right, let's take a photo.
Thank you, Mr. Verbal.
Check, check. Check, check.
show you how to turn it on.
All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item is 4.2. We're going to have a federal legislative policy update. This is a presentation for 15 minutes with opportunity for 25 minutes of questions and answers. We have Casey Elliott, Vice President, and Ben Goldine, Federal Advocacy Manager from Townsend Public Affairs, to provide a federal legislative and policy update on higher education. And let me get, are you Casey? No, I got it wrong. Okay. I think we, make sure you get the mic right up to your adjusted.
Thank you very much. Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Ben Goldine. I'm the Federal Advocacy Manager at Townsend Public Affairs. I will share a little bit about our firm tonight, provide an update on legislative happenings in Washington, D.C., and some recent advocacy work done by members of the Board of Trustees in Washington. So just first, a little bit about our firm. We are a multifaceted government relations firm with offices in Washington, D.C., Sacramento, here in Southern California, Central California, and in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm joining you tonight from our Washington, D.C. office, where I'm based. We have our office right on Capitol Hill. And again, we focus on federal advocacy, state advocacy, as well as grant writing and funding opportunities. So I'm proud to say, just the past year, from a federal perspective, brought in just shy of $60 million in federal earmarks for clients throughout the state of California. Then we also, of course, we specialize in beyond funding, strategic planning, strategic legislative strategy, with using our understanding of the legislative process as well as our network in Washington, D.C. and Sacramento and throughout the state. Of course, with me today is Casey Elliott, our Vice President, our lead higher education advocate in Sacramento, as well as myself, the head of the Federal Advocacy Office in Washington, D.C. Just a little bit about myself. I'm a native of California, the son of a community college professor in Northern California. Prior to joining Townsend Public Affairs, I had 8 years of experience working on Capitol Hill for various members of the California congressional delegation. And as I mentioned, we're honored to be serve as your federal advocate in Washington, D.C., and proud to say we've hit the ground running in that role. So a little bit about that. Just last month, Trustee Chico, Trustee Malauulu, and Student Trustee Blackman were in Washington, D.C. as part of the Association of Community College Trustees Conference. We had the honor of meeting with Representative Nanette Barragan during that conference. I had a great meeting. She was very warm and engaging with us, discussed various workforce development resources that are being provided, and we laid the foundation for a continued future interaction with the Congresswoman. So I just want to make sure we thank the Congresswoman for meeting with us, and we look forward to working with her, continuing to work with her in the future. So one of those ways we're looking forward to working with our federal delegation is through the appropriations process. So I want to give you an update on the recently enacted FY22 appropriations bill. On March 15th, the President signed into law the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2022. It was overall about a $1.5 trillion funding bill to fund the government through the end of the fiscal year on September 30th. And just some highlights on the education provisions. I think one of the big headlines is, of course, a $400 increase in the maximum Pell Grant. As you see there, a 6.2% increase. An additional funding for other student needs, such as childcare, workforce development, federal work study, and CTE and additional adult education. And with the finalization of the fiscal FY22 appropriations bill, we're now diving headfirst into the fiscal year 2023 process. There's no rest for the Appropriations in Washington, D.C. And so just a little bit about that process. The president is expected to release his budget on March 28th, and that really kicks things off. The appropriations committees will accept requests from members of the House and Senate for various funding priorities, which I'll get into a little bit later. The appropriations committees then take those requests in conjunction with the president's budget request, and they begin to draft their appropriations bills across 12 subcommittees that break down every department in the federal government into one of those 12 subcommittees. Those subcommittees will release their draft bills in June, and they'll move them through the subcommittee process in June and into early July for floor consideration in the full House and Senate in July. So there are three main ways to engage in the appropriations process: programmatic requests, language requests, and earmarks. Earmarks have gotten a lot of attention in the last year, and I'll talk about those at length, don't worry. But I wanted to really I wanted to make sure I touched on the other ways to engage in the appropriations process. Programmatic requests are requests that stakeholders can make of their elected officials to fund specific programs at a specific funding level. They're general funding requests for a program. They don't specify specific projects within those funds. But it's a way for stakeholders and constituents to engage with their elected officials on priorities. Language is, I would say, an underutilized way to advocate for priorities through the appropriations process. You can request specific language be inserted in the appropriations bill as well as in the accompanying committee report. And what that does is it tells the department that is receiving those funds how to spend those funds. And so making requests of certain language to be included in those bills is a good way to help direct funding to specific purposes without being specific about a certain project, because that would be an earmark. Now, earmarks, again, as I said, they received a lot of attention in the past year because they came back after more than a decade hiatus with a lot of reforms. But for example, they don't call them earmarks anymore. They're community project funding in the House, and they congressionally directed spending in the Senate. And there were a number of transparency reforms put in place to avoid many of the pitfalls of earmarks from more than a decade ago, and a real emphasis put on community support. I mean, it's not a mistake that the House calls them community project funding. Support from the community is paramount. It's vital for those requests to gain support. So again, an earmark, you're pretty familiar with them. It's direct funding through legislation for a specific project funded at a specific amount. When I wrote this slide, House members were allowed to submit 10. We now received on Friday updated guidance that House members are allowed to submit 15 in the upcoming fiscal year in FY23. And as I say, their senators have no limit on the amount earmarks they're able to submit. There are just limitations on overall funding and political constraints. A little more about the earmark process. I won't read this word for word, but essentially only as one of the transparency reforms, for-profit entities are not eligible. So 501c3s, government entities such as community college districts, community colleges, cities, states, et cetera, can all receive earmarks. There's a number of funding accounts that are very prescriptive in what kind of programs can be funded through those accounts. And we learned through the FY22 process that projects that were quote unquote shovel ready or were able to are important because the money, if awarded, needs to be obligated within that fiscal year of the award. Earmarks cannot reimburse past expenditures, and as I mentioned, they have to be spent in that obligated in that fiscal year. A little bit more about the process. It is a political process. So House and Senate staff will receive more requests than they're able to fill, and so it's the role of staff to often screen those requests for the representative. I list the various criteria they'll look into, but really it's key, again, to go back and get that community support, showing that a project that's being proposed for inclusion in an appropriations bill has support from elected leaders in the community, unelected leaders in the community, from neighborhood groups, to, again, up to the highest elected officials in the region. So I guess once staff have completed that initial review, it's up to the member to decide. Again, when I wrote this slide, I was using last year's process. There's been an update. Now they get 15 projects, so better chance of getting a project selected. They have to rank the member has to rank those projects 1 through 15, and again, senators can submit as many as they want, but they might not get all of those based on various political constraints, such as parity between Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans in terms of dollar amounts. But there was a dynamic in FY22 where 48 of the 50 Democrats submitted earmarks. Less than half of the Republicans in the Senate submitted earmarks, but they had very similar allotments of funding. So to speak, the pie was the same size, but slices were a lot bigger on the Republican side of the aisle. So there are various political considerations such as that that impacted the value of the earmarks that. And as I've said, I can't stress this enough. Broad-based community support is vital to a successful earmark. It provides that assurance that members aren't asking for a bridge to nowhere. They need to show that that they're not just asking for a pet project, but rather it's a project that the community needs and has support for. So as part of the submission process, letters of support from, again, as many stakeholders as possible are a key component of any application. And just briefly, before I wrap up, wanted to touch on some other, before I do this, let me talk a little more about the FY23 process. It's an election year in Congress. So the timing of an FY23 appropriations bill is a little uncertain. Congress has not since the 1990s approved government funding before the end of the fiscal year on September 30th. They've always come in September, right before the government would shut down, and passed what's called a continuing resolution, a bill to fund the government at current levels for a specific amount of time. We anticipate, because it's an election year, that CR would last until after the election. Congress is not scheduled to be in session throughout the entire month of October, and they're only in session so between the end of the fiscal year and the election, they're not in session. And they will only be in session for 1 week in November because of the way Veterans Day and Thanksgiving lined up this year. So a CR will very likely be passed until after Thanksgiving, when they will know the results of the election. Should majorities shift, the future prospects of the FY23 appropriations bill and any earmarks or funding priorities included in it will be uncertain. We'll have to, at the mercy of the political process, come January 2023. So some additional legislative items beyond government funding that we're tracking that might be of interest to the board. I'll start with cannabis reform. Surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, there's been some momentum on the issue in Washington, D.C. At the end of 2020, the House, in a historic vote, passed a descheduling of cannabis on a bipartisan vote. I mean, it's mostly party line, but there was crossover in support of that. That bill does not have much. That's the MORE Act. Does not have much traction in the Senate. However, an area on cannabis reform that does have some political momentum and broad bipartisan support is on allowing cannabis businesses to access the national finance system. That's a bill called the Safe Banking Act. It provides safe harbor for cannabis businesses, again, to engage in banking. and other financial instruments. That bill has passed the House of Representatives 3 times, 3 different ways. It passed as a standalone with more than 2/3 of members of the House voting in favor. It passed as an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act back in the fall, and it passed back in January as an amendment to a competitiveness bill, international competitiveness bill, that is currently in conference with the Senate. So it is in play as a potential provision within that bill to increase global competitiveness of our economy. So we'll be continuing to track that. Immigration reform, one of the more frankly frustrating topics in Washington. On President Biden's first day in office, he submitted a proposal for comprehensive immigration reform. That passed the House. Various components of that bill passed the House. But of course, the challenge is finding a bipartisan path forward on the issue. Congress came close in 2013 when a bill, a comprehensive immigration reform bill, passed the Senate with 68 votes. There was then a primary election in Virginia where then Majority Leader Eric Cantor was defeated by a candidate from his right, and that spooked any sort of bipartisan agreement on immigration. And that bill never came up for a vote in the House, and here we are almost 10 years later and haven't gained any progress on here. There are bipartisan negotiations happening in the Senate on the DREAM Act, so just narrowly focused on Dreamers. It is a bipartisan bill, but you need 10 votes. In the current makeup in the Senate, you need all 50 Democrats plus 10 Republicans to join them to break a filibuster, and that support is not there yet, but there are efforts to try and get there. And then last, on the President's Build Back Better agenda, which began about a year ago as the American Families Plan, passed the House as the Build Back Better Act back in November, but came to a halt in the Senate over objections by some moderate Democrats. There is an effort to revive that social spending legislation through a renewed process of renewed budget resolution that would include components of that bill. And what will be included in that is unclear at the moment, but it could include issues such as the expanded child tax credit, a renewal of the expanded child tax credit, universal pre-K, services, childcare, funding for childcare services, and of course the higher education funding that was included in the Build Back Better Act. So with that, I hope I did not go over time. If I didn't, I will yield back the remainder of my time and welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ben, for the presentation tonight. Welcome. We look forward to working together with you and appreciate your firm's assistance when we were in D.C. At the conference and be able to meet with Congresswoman Barragan. I appreciate that. I know we'll probably have a couple of questions we'll go around, but I'll ask one question to kick us off. And I guess it's all fair game in federal world. 2 years ago, there was the Pell Grant Reform Bill passed, and I don't know the implementation status, and that removed the criminal component. If you had a former drug conviction, you were ineligible for FAFSA, Pell Grants, or low interest federal student loans. Can you give any updates on that implementation?
I'll need to circle back with you on that.
All right. I was thinking I'd probably get you on the spot.
No, but I'm glad to get you a full update on that.
That sounds great. That was on our federal policy agenda pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
So I have a couple queued up here. I'll go to Vice President Chico.
So thank you, Casey, and thank you, Ben. Really appreciate the presentation. Ben, also thank you for your hospitality when we were in D.C. You showed us the ropes, and I think Trustee Blackman and myself, as newbies in D.C., enjoyed it very much. So thank you. In talking about some of the priorities, particularly with the Build Back Better and community colleges, we know that many of the universal community college discussions have stalled. But in terms of support around priorities like housing for students who are unsheltered, will we start seeing more funding from the federal government so we can address those specific needs of our students?
Although I don't have the specific dollar amount, in the appropriations bill that passed, that was signed into law on the 15th, there is an approximate 7% increase in existing homelessness, federal homelessness aid, which again, it's existing programs. It's a small increase, but it is an increase. So that's a resource that, that the district should be looking for. The Build Back Better Act included about $130 billion for housing, spread out between additional vouchers, housing choice vouchers, an investment in housing trust fund, increased low-income housing tax credits. Right now, it is in play as part of one of the provisions that could be brought back into a reconciliation bill that moves through the House and Senate in the coming months. But I do fear that it could be one of the items that gets left on the cutting room floor, because the problem, there was, again, Senator Joe Manchin, Senator Kirsten Sinema, among a few others who didn't get as much press and attention, did object to the total price tag of Build Back Better. And they've come, Senator Joe Manchin in particular has come out in the last couple of days and said he really wants it to focus on provisions on climate, the tax credit, climate provisions. And so he's really set out a narrower focus of the bill, where items like housing, like, well, community college, the free community college proposal did not make it into the bill that passed the House in November. So that's an even higher, well, we really can't count on that as being part of the conversation going forward, unfortunately. But again, I fear that the housing is one of the items that could get on the cutting room floor. So there are coalitions, of course, of housing advocates who are being very vocal in Washington, D.C. right now in support of those provisions that passed the House back in November. And so continue to weigh in right now, especially with our senators and the entire federal delegation. It's important to let them know the importance of housing. As we know, it's not just tuition, books, that are the challenges that students in community colleges have. Housing is often the biggest challenge. So weighing in now is important.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Malula? Or no, Trustee Blackman, not Baxter.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Ben again as well for his hospitality when we were in Washington. It was definitely a great time to be able to speak with the Congresswoman and just having you show us around as well. I also want to let you know, President Intuck, they did actually, while I was there, I did learn that they did pass the legislation to open the Pell Grant eligibility up to formerly incarcerated students, especially the ones dealing with the drug-related offenses. I had to look up to make sure, but it doesn't go into effect until July 1st, 2023. But that's really huge. I'm really glad that it actually was able to happen and they were able to pass that legislation and get that Pell Grant extended. I think that also increased the regular amount for the Pell Grant as well too. I know for students we were advocating to double the Pell Grant amount, to not that much success, but we were still able to get an increase on that, which helps us a lot with our, auxiliary costs for our classes. So very grateful for that, and I just want to thank you again, Ben.
Of course, it was great to host you. We appreciated you coming.
Thank you. Go to Trustee Zia.
Thank you. Welcome. It's so wonderful to finally see Townsend Public Affairs on the agenda and welcome you. Good to see you, Casey. I'm very pleased with your update and excited to see what you will bring to fruition for us at the college, at our district. I am particularly, like Vice President Chico mentioned, about housing the unhoused students that we have and food insecure students. And perhaps, I know you mentioned the Build Back Better Act. It may be a little bit stuck with that, but if there are other avenues and bills that are going to provide that avenue and that aperture of hope for us, I certainly would like to examine it and see what is available to us. I do notice on your slide 11 where you are requesting for letters of support. Is that something that you are going to be doing. If you can unpack that for me a little bit, and so I can have an understanding of what your process will look like, and see what we can do more, better, different. I'd really appreciate that insight. Thank you and welcome.
Of course, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. On housing first, we'll be sure that that is a top priority that we look to address and get as much information to the board and the staff as possible. You have an amazing champion for housing policy here in Southern California, and Chairwoman Maxine Waters, just up the road. Obviously, it was her proposal that made it into Build Back Better to increase that the funding for housing policy priorities. And so we'll continue to see what avenues are available and keep the board informed on that, and provide potential action items for the board to engage in there. And then regarding the letters of support that I mentioned in my presentation, so we've already begun to engage with staff on identifying projects that the community college district can apply for earmark with our federal delegation. And as I mentioned, a vital part of submitting those applications is gathering letters of support from local elected officials, local community leaders, both elected and unelected, to show that the projects have support. And so once we identify projects, it's a process of working with the staff, working with the board, make sure we're leveraging the friendships and relationships that you have to get those letters of support to show that these projects have broad support. We provide a template. We provide a template. You're welcome to write your own if you prefer, but we work closely with the staff on making sure we're tailoring those asks the ways you're comfortable doing it. So, but again, they're a vital component of any application if you have a successful earmark request. So that's something we'll be engaging in now. Probably as soon as I get back to the hotel room, I'm going to start typing up a template draft letter of support from projects.
Great, thank you, Ben. And one more thing I'd like to flag is support for our formerly incarcerated students and making sure we get them substantive support, and our currently incarcerated youth in partnership that we have with LA County Probation Department. So if you can keep those sticklers on your policy agenda in supporting us, and of course our cannabis program that President Intuk has been leading and really brought that to the forefront at the district. We'd love to get more support for our programs that we have pioneered here. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you very much.
All right, Ben. Well, thank you so much for the presentation tonight, and thank you, and we look forward to continuing to work together with Casey.
Thank you.
Oh, Dr. Munoz? Oh, just wait a minute. Okay. It's hard to hear and see with the facilities here, but thank you again. Appreciate it. We're going to be moving on to item 4.3, an economic development update. Again, this is a presentation, 15 minutes, with an opportunity for 25 minutes of questions answered by the board with 5 minutes per board member. We have Pat Nye, our Chief Operations Officer for Economic Development, will provide an oversight of what we're doing. And so if we can cue up the presentation, and Director Nye, the floor will be yours.
That was sort of there we go. So about a year ago, I presented, and that was really the height of the pandemic. And from small business perspective, that was really a moment where they were starting to see some partial reopenings and then shut down again. So as you can imagine, this has been quite a marathon for the work that we do and the clients that we serve. So I'll also note that there's an executive summary in the agenda that gives a little bit more background on each program. I'm resisting the urge to give you all the back history and everything, so it's in there. So just for a reminder, our economic development programs at LBCC are really three core programs. The Los Angeles Regional Small Business Development Center Network, the SBDC, the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses Program, and the Chancellor's Office Center for International Trade Program. And so essentially those programs all have a very similar mission. Our role is to help support small businesses in communities, not only here in Long Beach, but in some cases throughout LA, Ventura, and Santa Barbara counties for one program. Another is all of Southern California, and another is the entire state. And I'm very proud of that personally. We have a reach, far beyond sort of our natural borders here at the college, and are really making impacts throughout the state. And in terms of economic development, we're one of the largest economic development sort of entities in our state, which probably makes us one of the largest in the country. So we have a deep impact in terms of the work we do to support small business and entrepreneurship. At the heart of what we do, it's really sort of two things. We provide expert advice, one-on-one, sort of coaching small businesses through whatever they might need help with. And then the other would be trainings and workshops and trying to get more sort of educational background to entrepreneurs who may have a lot of depth in sort of their services or their specific industry, but maybe never had time to get their MBA or understand their financials or marketing or all of those things. So we try to be that stopgap resource to really backfill all those things and make them successful. And ultimately, that ties in with the mission of the college. To have a successful economy means there are job opportunities, entrepreneurship opportunities for our students. So I really do applaud our institution for taking on this work. It's very unusual to have this kind of scope, and we're very distinctive in that work. I'll also note that the work that we do is completely grant funded. So we are, in a way, self-sufficient in terms of the dollars that we deploy. And we have grants that are federal, state, local, public, private. So we do a lot of different partnerships and things like that. So with that, I wanted to just give a little bit of sense of what we do. And as I mentioned, the key things we do are provide expert advice and then trainings and workshops. Well, the slide I'm sharing with you now is what I'm pretty excited about. We are also a pretty creative bunch and like to think, outside of the box. And so I think at about the 6-month mark of the pandemic, we were approached by the California Office of Emergency Services. They had PPE supplies that they wanted to be able to get out to small businesses across our state, because that was at a point when we were looking at potential partial reopenings. They had all this supply, they were ready to put it on trucks and send it to us so we could disperse it. Well, we don't do that. The SBDC program or Goldman Sachs, we don't have warehouses, we don't run logistics. And in fact, they made the same offer to all the other technical assistance programs up and down our state and got a lot of polite no's. We took a different approach. We actually figured out how to get some partners on board, get a logistics and freight warehouse. We got LA County on board as a funding partner to do the last mile sort of funding. And through that program, we were able to launch PP Unite. And the photos you're seeing there highlights one of our events. So we've done probably close to 50 of these different events around our regions where we would partner with a city or a chamber and have a local event where people could come pick up PPE. They could sign up online, come get their free supplies, and it was a month's worth per employee. So it was quite a bit of PPE at no cost. And this is one that we did last October here on campus. So over by our O buildings, we had all of our staff and a lot of campus support. And through that, just that event alone, we helped over 760 small businesses receive 1 million units of PPE. And so that's masks and hand sanitizer, all of those things. Across the region, and this is just LA County, we were able to do, with the program still ongoing, we're still providing PPE and now test kits, but we've been able to reach over 40,000 businesses with 30 million units of PPE supplies. We've even had events over in Catalina, so our reach and scope has been pretty amazing. And it's one of those cases where we, instead of just saying no, we said yes, and decided to do something outside the box. And now I have 40,000 new contacts to be able to provide our other services to and get people interested in that work. So it very much supports the other work that we do. So in addition to events like PP Unite and that program, our core work is again focused on small businesses and entrepreneurs. And I thought it made sense to share a little bit about who those entrepreneurs are. We talk about clients all the time. We give big numbers, but we never really dive into who those clients are. And so when somebody signs up for services with us, we do have a voluntary form where they can give us some demographic info and all that. And most people are pretty happy to do that, to provide that info, because they know that can impact our funding. So this gives just a little bit of a breakdown of the types of entrepreneurs that we're supporting. This one in particular is through our SBDC program, which is really our biggest program. And as you can see down at the bottom there, we see over 11,000 clients annually. At the height of the pandemic, it was about 15,000. And one of the numbers I'm really excited about on there is that of those 11,000 we saw just over the last year, 5,600 of those were brand new to our services. They'd never heard of us before. So clearly, we're doing a good job of getting the word out, and it's less about being the best kept secret anymore. But I will say that much like LBCC, our funders are really pushing us to do more with under-resourced groups and getting into more specialized programming to a lot of those populations that may not speak English, maybe first generation here. So we are really dialing up our impacts there. And what you see here in terms of those demographics, that's pretty unique. Across the country, there are 62 different SBDC networks. And of those, these would be huge numbers. It's sort of, unfortunately, it's still very much a new thing for most SBDC networks to contemplate. Really matching their demographics locally. Here in California, we're ahead of the curve and have a nice sort of existing audience to build off of. So this slide really points to the things that we're most measured on. So these are the impacts of our work. We call them milestones in SBDC speak. And this breaks out both the Long Beach SBDC Service Center and the regional center, which was hosted here, the lead center, which I operate. And so this shows you what we're doing both, just at a local level, but also for the entire 3-county region for the SBDC work. And as you can see, our work in helping people get emergency capital is just huge. And in fact, among those 62 networks I mentioned, we're within the top 4 nationally for the level of capital we're able to help businesses get. And that's both grants and loans and really any source of emergency sources of capital. One of the stats up there I think is interesting. People may have heard about the California COVID Relief Fund. Our state dedicated about $4 billion in grants to small businesses throughout the state. They relied on technical service programs like the SBDC to help people navigate the application process, put together their financials, basically have the most successful shot at getting a grant. And our local SBDC, we were the #1 source for successful applicants in the whole state. So we really do shine in these particular metrics. So I also like to highlight our other programs. So the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses program. We are just completing our first live cohort back since the pandemic began. That's the LBCC cohort. So that one's about halfway through and due to complete probably within a couple of months. We're also just in the process of launching a brand new one with our subrecipient at LA City College, and those, respectively, are cohorts 18 and 26. We're also always actively recruiting for new cohorts there, and I'm proud to say that we're just about over the wire in terms of getting our renewal for our 12th year hosting this program. And just a little bit of a trivia. Originally, the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses was supposed to be that, just help 10,000 small businesses. Well, we passed that number up in 2020, and Goldman Foundation has seen that this work is invaluable, and now more than ever. So they're moving full steam ahead and continuing the program with us. And so we're very excited to continue to represent the Southern California region in that program. The last one I'll note is our Center for International Trade program. This is much like the SBDC in terms of providing services to small businesses, helping coach them through their challenges, but it's focused on international trade. And this aligns very much with the 3 ports that we have really in our backyard here, and helping people be able to not only figure out how to expand their markets and the getting their products to new areas for growth, but we also have very easy tools. We have an online tool that you can run your website through, and it'll tell you how prepared you are for international e-commerce trade. So we're very proud of that program. And this one in particular, we see an opportunity. Monday night, the Chancellor's Office Board of Governors met, and they approved a new contract for this program, while the rest of sort of the program that this had been a part of sunsetted at the end of last year. This is now a grant that's going to move into the SBDC program specific for trade, and Long Beach City College will be the prime on that. And it will also go out to all of the other 4 SBDC networks across the state. And that's a 5-year grant, and it provides great match funding to our federal program for the SBDC, and it allows us to continue our presence there with international trade. So yeah, I think I mentioned the Chancellor's Office one there. The other 2, I mentioned the renewal for the Goldman Sachs program, and the other one there at the top. This is a new grant program that the U.S. Small Business Administration launched called Community Navigator. This was sort of a big buzz last November, and this is a program really designed to get more under-resourced communities aware of the federal resources that are available to entrepreneurs and small businesses. And so we are actually a subrecipient underneath the U.S. Pan-Asian American Chamber of Commerce. We are their LA representation to engage Asian Americans in small business resources. And this is a great complement to our SBDC program. It will allow us to expand our reach with Asian American audiences for the resources we have. And this grant will provide the pathway to outreach for there. And like I said, there's always new grants and new opportunities approaching us all of the time. And so we've been able to really grow our programs here. So the last thing, I'll give a shameless plug. These are all of our websites, so please tell people about our resources. This is available throughout our communities. I also wanted to take a moment to share that while I get the great role of being able to represent all of this, it's really the work of almost 200 people that we have behind the scenes, both employees and administrators, but also our contract small business experts throughout our network, through our subrecipients. They're the ones that are making all of this happen. I also want to show appreciation for my colleagues here on campus that make this happen. Fiscal service, contracts and purchasing, HR, IATS, and facilities. We could not do this without all of their support. What we do counts on all of those processes. And lastly, I want to thank VP Drinkwine, Dr. Munoz, and the trustees for supporting economic development at LBCC.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I know we have a few questions. Trustee Baxter?
Hi, Pat.
Hi.
I don't have a question. I want to give a testimonial. I started a business in 2014. First of all, I've never gotten any money, so I want to make that very clear. But I got incredible advice on how to develop a website, how to file for a business license, all those kinds of things. Then this year, I got 2 letters in the mail, one asking me if I wanted to change my website and to .us, and I called the SBDC and I got an answer just like that, don't spend your money. And then the second thing was another company reached out to have me reapply for a DBA license. And one day I got back an answer, no, don't do that. You can do it yourself. It'll take you 5 minutes. So, I mean, those are the kinds of response rates you get with dealing with these highly professional people. And if I encourage anyone in the community who's involved in a small business to contact the SBDC and let them help you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. Let's go to Trustee Zia.
Thank you, Pat. It's so nice to see you in person. I am so appreciative of this report. I asked for it a while ago, and I'm so glad to see it. Not many people, as Trustee Baxter mentioned, know about our program. And that's one of my questions, is that how are we getting the word out? We used to have Discover LBCC. I know I had one in my district where we talked about our Small Business Development Center and 10,000 small businesses and all that good stuff, and how we're helping small businesses. I'd like to know that, and then also there's been a lot of businesses who have been impacted by the pandemic. I know at least 1 or 2. They're not necessarily my constituents. I was going to refer them to Trustee Malauulu because with the new redistricting, they fall in her district. But I want to really help them out and provide them opportunities to have access to you and your capable team. So if you can speak a little bit about that for the benefit of myself, the board, and the public on the access piece and how we're getting the word out. And then if we're still having graduation ceremonies, I have to tell you, the first cohort always comes to me about the 10,000 small businesses. It was the best thing that happened to us. Are you still having those? Can we have more so more folks can take advantage of it? I know that's a lot I threw at you, but if you can answer those questions, I really appreciate it. And thank you again for the work you do.
Yeah, thank you. So we do partner with our campus communications team, and when we have news and events going on, they're great about getting that word out there and echoing what we do. We also have an in-house marketing team just for the SBDC program and the Goldman Sachs program. Through that, we have social media, we have word of mouth. We also have a ton of different partnerships, with different organizations, chambers of commerce, regional organizations that are great about putting our word out there. I will tell you that previously, before the pandemic, we were seeing in the SBDC about 7,000 clients. The height of the pandemic, it was 15,000. We're still, 11, 12,000 now. So we were able to really get the word out. People were definitely finding us. I was also able to do quite a bit of public relations and media. We were broadcast nationwide in some cases, being part of news stories about small business. And each time we took advantage of that, we would see an influx of people looking at our services. In terms of how do people engage us, it's as simple as just coming to our websites or making an appointment. So our services are all provided at no cost. These are tax funded, and so everybody should be taking advantage of them. So the SBDC, it's as simple as getting an appointment. You sign up a very basic form that essentially says you're requesting our services, and then you're matched with a business advisor that best aligns with whatever challenge you're facing. The Goldman Sachs program, that is a recruitment process, so we're almost always in active recruitment for the next cohort, but that is a little bit more in-depth application process since it's all scholarship from the Goldman Sachs Foundation. And we are continuing to do our graduations. I think at the end of this next cohort will probably be the first live one we'll do in a couple of years. but we have been doing them online and celebrating all of our newly minted entrepreneurs that way. And then our trade programs, same thing. It's very easy to sign up and request services and then get matched up with an advisor.
Awesome, thank you. We'll certainly make sure to put you in touch with this small business that lost their brick and mortar shop, and they're operating out of their home. It's a real heartbreaking story, but I think with your support and your team's support, we can really get them up on their feet again.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we're hearing a lot of that, but we do have resources to offer.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Go to Vice President Chico.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm really happy to hear that you went over to Catalina Islands, and that's part of my area. And I'm always pushing for Catalina and getting resources there. They needed it. They were hit very, very hard. So thank you for providing those services. I'm happy to hear that we're working with our chambers, but I know that the college just joined the Signal Hill Chamber of Commerce. Sometimes Avalon and Signal Hill get lost in the shadow of Lakewood and Long Beach, right? So I was wondering if you have done some work with Signal Hill. I think we're doing the Signal Hill Chamber luncheon tomorrow. So I have that question. Also, are you working with local bids, particularly with the additional funding to focus on businesses, Asian-owned businesses, with Cambodia Town being in the center of Long Beach, and that business improvement district representing a lot of those businesses? I was wondering if there was any outreach there. And then the last question is, Trustee Baxter referenced, calling to get some advice. If we're doing outreach to, let's just say, a Cambodian business, are there translation services, or how do we communicate and answer questions for our non-English speaking population? Thank you.
That's a great setup. So I'm very fortunate in that our SBDC services, we offer over 12 languages just within our region. Statewide, with our counterparts up and down the state, we have a total of 20. So if we don't have the answer, we could probably get it. And we often do workshops in non-English speaking languages to be able to really accommodate that. In terms of outreach to the bids, we are specifically outreaching to the bid in Cambodia Town. With this new Community Navigator grant, we're looking to launch a program that we're calling the Asian Business Strategies Program, where we essentially set up a multi-series workshop where people can go through that, and then they're matched with an Asian business advisor. So it's a little bit maybe more comfortable and inviting to those clientele that maybe we haven't engaged before. So we're looking to launch that probably by May. We're working on it now with those associations. And then in terms of the other chambers, so our director for the Long Beach Service Center, he routinely presents at the Signal Hill Chamber, and one of his major goals is to engage all of our local chambers and cities and sort of embed himself in their economic development departments, so that we can, in essence, become the de facto economic development department for those programs. So
wow,
we do
that's
quite
great.
a bit of that.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you so much for the presentation tonight.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll be moving on to 2 presentations from faculty members next. 4.4 is a sabbatical report from Stanislav Orvolinsky. I don't know if I said it right.
Before
the Uduak was trying. This is a 15-minute presentation on sabbatical work and the professor of artwork. And I know Dr. Douglas is going to tee up the presentation.
Thank you, Board President Intuck. Hopefully my microphone issues have been resolved. Wonderful. This evening, we're excited to have 2 sabbatical presentations by 2 of our outstanding Long Beach City College faculty. First up, we have Stanislav Stas Orlovsky, who's a visual artist whose work includes painting, drawing, and time-based media. Professor Orlovsky was born in Chisinau, Moldova. He studied in Toronto and Los Angeles, receiving a BFA from New York University or York University, a BEd from the University of Toronto, and an MFA from the University of Southern California. Professor Orlovsky has taught at LBCC since 2000. Professor Orlovsky, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and great to see everybody in person, and thank you for taking the time to listen to my report. So I just want to start by saying that this is my 22nd year here, which is hard to believe, and I was the chair of the sabbatical leave committee for a number of years, so I did and I have had a chance to see some of the incredible projects that our faculty are involved in. Sometimes, maybe we present ourselves as educators, but certainly a lot of us in the creative fields have a pretty rich life as people that make stuff and put it out into the world. So tonight I'll show you some images and give you sort of a window of what I did over the course of my sabbatical, and then I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. All right. Oh, fabulous start. Oh, let's see. There we go. Ah. So we in the art department are Mac users. Just as my excuse right now. I'm primarily a painter and a drawer, and I teach painting and drawing. But about 10 years ago, my work took the shift. I pivoted and I started making these projected hand-drawn animations that were really inspired by turn-of-the-century moving image work. And not to make it too autobiographical, but I was born in a place called Chisinau, Moldova, which I think up until maybe a few weeks ago, maybe nobody would be able to point it out on a map. So I started this work 10 years ago, and it was a function of just making drawings and paintings that became more cinematic, and I wanted to animate them and make them move, and really bring drawing into a space that was time-based. So what you're looking at in this particular little video clip is an image of a running man that's superimposed with kind of a Soviet-era constructivist geometric composition, and it's being projected into a found object, which is this wooden crate that becomes like a little theater. The running man figure was a motif that I started working with well before any of the current events. And a lot of these images are based on themes and images and stories from my Soviet-era children's books. So this is probably a pretty good example. So during the sabbatical, I had a chance to make a few of these projected animations, as well as paintings, related paintings and drawings. So this running figure is really kind of a, well, I suppose it can go in lots of different directions, but it deals with migration, moving, running from something, running to something, I suppose in a more kind of broader context. So I'm going to have to weave back and forth a little bit. I'll show you one more, or maybe two more. So this is another found object. And by found object, what that means is I go to places and I find things, and usually they're objects that relate to some of the paintings and drawings that I'm making. So books were and are an image and an idea that I'm really fascinated with, both as a subject and as an object. So this is a really large, oversized fake book, kind of a decorative book that's made to house files. It's like a little box in the form of a fake book. And what you're seeing is a projection of a fluttering piece of paper. That piece of paper where the corner is fluttering is something that I'd filmed as a separate animation. And then the kind of abstract black lines that are moving across in that little triangle, kind of hidden behind that page, are done with a digital microscope, where I'm rereading one of my Soviet-era children's books. So each one of those little marks is probably like the size of your eyelash or something, because they're essentially being magnified by a digital microscope. So it's me rereading these picture books and kind of reimagining them. A lot of what I work with deals with, or at least I think it deals with memory or misremembering, or maybe even, amnesia to a certain extent. Not necessarily literally, but from a cultural perspective. So let me show you one more, and then I'll show you some drawings and paintings. So this is a projection onto an old antique iron, and it's a series of collapsing figures. So these, what you're not seeing is there's a little tiny projector that's pointing at these objects, and they're projecting these little looped animations, and some of them range from a minute or two, and some are as long as 20 minutes. And all these animations, just to clarify, are hand-drawn frame by frame. So 24 drawings makes 1 second of footage. So it's a very time-consuming process that usually involves a lot of collaboration. So I have people that help me edit. I have people that then help me do something called projection mapping, which basically means the projector is able to throw an image not in a rectangle, but something that's actually projection mapped onto the object, the surface that I'm actually trying to work with. Anyway, so I had a chance to do a bunch of these despite the pandemic. I remotely was able to work with folks, send them footage through the world of wonderful technology, and they can help me edit. But the other wonderful thing, to be quite honest with you, is that the pandemic really allowed me to go back to just being alone in the studio and not have people around me helping me make these things in my space, and I could just paint and draw. So I just want to share maybe a few images of the drawings, which are really what informed these animations. So this is a wall of about 75 drawings in my studio, 75 of a few hundred that I'd made over the course that are independent works, some of which become paintings. So I'll just kind of scroll through some of these images quickly, like, for example, images of monuments that are being shifted or moved, mesmerism, hypnosis. Again, images inspired by a Soviet revolutionary art, images of books that, again, are books that are around my studio, some of which are my children's books, Soviet children's books. Another collapsing monument, more monuments, woman with mountain, a mirror with a ship in rough seas. So this gives you sort of a sense of the vocabulary of images that I am working with. Most of these drawings happened, again, obviously before current events. So it's always kind of interesting to see how sometimes we make things and then things intersect in some interesting way. So these drawings are a daily practice, and again, they feed the animations and the paintings. And I'll just show you a few paintings, and then I'll take a minute to just say how this connects to the college. Right? This is all fabulous for me. I'm having a fabulous time, but why? What is it that you're supporting here? I think is really maybe the bigger question too. So maybe I'll just show you a few paintings that grew out of these drawings. So this is called Painter. It's a picture, maybe a self-portrait of me sweating while trying to paint, nervously painting. The detail. This is called Books. It's 2 books, but the abstract kind of biomorphic pattern is Russian camouflage. Again, kind of interesting. This was done well before any current events, but I started looking at Russian camo as patterns and then using them, morphing them into marbleized paper, kind of stripping them of their, I guess, meaning, so to speak. To detail. A head with a rock with plants that are growing over top of it, another image inspired by Russian children's books. A falling figure. And then I did a whole series of these paintings of this figure that is hiding behind plants and emerging kind of in different ways. This is a very large painting of books kind of suspended in space. And a very large tunnel painting. Okay, so I think for me to kind of tie this all together, I will say that my last sabbatical, it's not my first one, my last one was life-changing. It pretty much set me up really for the next 7 to 8 years professionally, and also in terms of pedagogically. So the work that I made during my previous sabbatical led to exhibitions in Los Angeles, in New York, in the Bay Area, and then ultimately in Venice, Italy for the Venice Biennale, which was an amazing experience. So it was huge. None of it would have been possible without that. But more importantly, in the previous sabbatical, every show I had, any event that was happening, any guest lecture, all my students came. They were all thrilled and excited, and I was thrilled and excited that they were there, really wanting to be supportive and genuinely interested. And so I think with this sabbatical, the same thing I think is going to happen, right? As I had a chance to make some stuff, and now I'm going to put it out in the world and get my students engaged in understanding, well, they're going to make stuff, but then the next step is once they've made it, what do they do with it? And not only what do they do with it, but I think, sometimes we're focused on how to make something, but the bigger question is why we make something, not just how to make it, but why make it to begin with. And so I think all in every field as a professor or as an educator, you're basically modeling professional behavior, right? Like, what do you do once you're out of here? How do you behave? How do you act? What can you do with this? And so that's a big part of it. And then purely in a more pragmatic sense, I'm super excited to get animation, not like Disney animation or like animation for video games, but like experimental animation into drawing curriculum, right? Like everybody's got an iPhone, everybody has the capacity to make moving images, and it's part of the language of drawing, so why not, right? It could be a really fabulous way to expand that discipline. Anyway, that's sort of what I can share with you at the moment, and I'm happy to, if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you, Professor Orlowski. It's great imagery. I'm looking through it. Almost, it takes you to another place as you're looking at the different pictures and animations, and it's really powerful.
Thank you.
Your artwork. So thank you. I'll go to a trustee in a minute. One thought that came to mind. I don't know if there's an opportunity for us to post or show some of your artwork here on campus, and maybe, I know we've changed out our photos in the T building sometimes month to month, but it would be great to highlight your great work here on campus and maybe to the broader community of what you were able to accomplish during your sabbatical.
I'm so thrilled you're asking me this question, because we're in the process of hiring a new art gallery director.
Oh, good.
So we do have an art gallery. It's obviously been dark. Our gallery director has retired, and we have already posted the position, and we'll be starting interviews later this month. And it has been reclassified as a managerial position, which means that it's a higher salary, which means it's going to attract, I think, some fabulous folks. And the opportunity for this gallery is going to be unbelievable, because a lot of the things that, that we've heard tonight from various presentations, it could be echoed in the gallery, right? A lot of what our students, not just our students, but professional artists that we bring into the college can, display that in the gallery. And the program that we've started is each person that goes in sabbatical in our department gets a show in our gallery to bring the work directly to the students. So I know myself and my colleague, Christopher Chin, we'll both be having shows as soon as that gallery director is hired. And that way students are not going to see a slide presentation. They'll actually see the work that we make in person. And we do programming with guests, lectures, walkthroughs, etc., and opening reception. So thank you for asking that question. I think this is a shameless plug for our art gallery and potentially, what it can do for the larger college community, for sure.
Wonderful, thank you. I have two trustees, Trustee Baxter, Trustee Malulu, and then Vice President Chico.
Okay.
So we'll go 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Saz, I just want to congratulate you. I've always been very interested. I'm not artistic in any way, but I can admire art. I am so glad that you brought up two things. First of all, we teach animation here. Do you teach animation, or is this just kind of an interest that you have?
Again, a great question, because we are also hiring a digital media person.
Wonderful.
With a specialty in animation.
Okay.
You could probably teach animation better than I could, really. So my idea of animation is again, not in the kind of industry sense of animation. Mm-hmm. It's really about pure experimentation. And so that's where I would be coming at it from, is I certainly have enough knowledge to animate, but it would be experimental. Right? Yeah. That's sort of the spirit of it. And the person that we're hiring that is dealing with digital media, that would be to service, let's say, those students that are like, I want to be a game designer, mm-hmm. right? But before they become game designers, they have to learn how to draw. And how great would it be if while they're learning how to draw, they also make some moving images that are just have nothing to do with any form of commercial end product, other than just mucking around with the idea of moving images. That's pretty valuable, I think. Yeah.
Okay. And the second thing I wanted to bring up and salute you for is I think it's so important. I mean, I'm a historian, so to tie what you teach in the classroom to life and business and everything else. And so I think it's really important that you instill that in the students, so that it's wonderful to study art. But, is there an outcome, especially with young people today? What's it going to get me? When am I going to benefit, except for love of art? So I appreciate you for trying to make that connection, and I think it's really important. So, and we have so many superstars in the art department, and the next guy's another one.
We do, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Jenny, don't overlook the price tag there at the bottom.
Oh boy.
That was the other thing I was going to say. He's not going to put this stuff on the wall in the T building. because,
Sorry.
the art gallery's
We
locked
can't
up.
afford it. We'll go to Trustee Malauulu next.
Thank you for a great presentation. It's one of my favorite parts of board meetings is getting to see the fruits of your labor when you're on sabbatical. So I really enjoyed that. One of my favorite activities that happened during the pandemic was the show on Instagram. There was an art show that was hosted by the art department. And I have an Instagram account that I never, ever use. I only use it to see what my kids are doing. And it was one of the probably 3 times that I went on Instagram with a specific purpose to look for something. And I was so pleased. And there were lots of pictures and just lots of projects. And it made me very proud, but it also made me very sad that we couldn't appreciate all that art in person. I'd like to commend you and congratulate you and the rest of the art department because this was very enjoyable. And roughly, because we see a lot of your work here, and I love the anthology of how it was organized into the book, but roughly how much time did you spend on one of those?
Animations?
Yes.
1 to 3 years is sort of from beginning to exhibition.
Like conception to the end?
Yeah. And so at 24 frames per second, it's not like cell animation where I'm making 24 drawings for 1 second. Most of the way I make this is there's a huge wall with a giant piece of paper, and for every action I make, I step back and there's a digital SLR, and I click the shutter and take a picture. Then I make another mark on the same piece of paper and click the shutter. So 24 actions is a minute of footage, and collecting the raw footage is months, but then editing it is then months, and then trying to figure out how to mathematically project it, because when you're projecting it, everywhere you show it, you have to redo the math because you have to account for the angle of the projection to hit, let's say, a spot on the wall that's not a rectangle, but it's a particular shape.
Fascinating.
So it's not an immediate thing, but the drawings are. So the drawings satisfy that idea of like, oh, I've made something before dinner. But the animations are this ongoing, more of a long-term project. Yeah.
Fascinating. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Chico?
Yeah, it really was brilliant. It was so beautiful. And I know when I was a kid, I was in a GATE program, a Gifted and Talented Education program, and we did stop animation, and it looked nothing like that. That was beautiful. It was stunning. But the question I have, art we know can be fluid, and you talked about the very beginning of the process that your intent was probably one way, right? You had an intention. But now that it's complete and the world has changed, and you now see the art, or you see today's world reflected in this art, it brings an entirely new perspective. And I was wondering if you were thinking about maybe in an exhibition, telling a little bit of that story, because I think your roots, your history plays a significant role in the art. And I'm interested to know about it, know more. And I think a lot of people who are aware now of the situation that's happening in that area want to learn more as well. I think this is a great teachable moment, and I would love to see that explored if you've thought about that at all.
Yeah, thank you for asking. I definitely have, and it certainly has shifted my, where I started and where I'm at now. Everything's been reframed, and of course, maybe now is a time to fill in certain gaps, right? That can tell a different kind of story with the existing pieces that I have. So, I think you're right. I think there's definitely something there to think about that might veer off into a really relevant direction. Yeah.
Well, when you do it, I'm there. I'd really like to hear and experience that. So thank you.
Thank you.
President Ntuk, may I also
Go
say?
to Trustee Zia.
Thank you so much, Stas. This was wonderful. Just like Trustee Malauulu said, this is one of my favorite parts of the board meetings. I do have to tell you, it's quite prescient of you to be creating this art right now. I particularly enjoyed the immigration drawing and moving art. It speaks to me. I don't know if I've shared this before as a Persian Jew who had fled Iran after the war. During the time I was there in my early childhood, because of the embargo, the only entertainment available to us was the communist cartoons and Soviet Russia and Poland. This reminds me a lot of that. It's a little bittersweet, but yours is far more magnanimous and beautiful. I'd love to come and check it out if it's possible, and really commend you for the love you put into this. It's really palpable, and I really appreciate it. And it's wonderful to have you as our professor, as our faculty for over 22 years, right? And it's a pleasure to listen to you speak. Can you predict what's going to happen next with what's going on, the Michigas that we're dealing with in the region? Maybe you can create it through art.
Well, thank you for all those lovely words. And yeah, you're welcome to come see what I'm working on anytime. And I'd be curious to hear what you'd mentioned your experience. Yeah, as a Persian Jew, I think there's a lot of overlaps, I think, with sort of my childhood experience there. Yeah, I think we're all probably, it is, as I watch the news and I think about where we're at, I think like everybody else, it's just so tenuous and unpredictable that the only thing I could say is that from a personal level, it's certainly, I know for my parents, is a sort of re-traumatizing for them as they're watching certain things repeat themselves. And for me as an artist, as a painter, it's interesting to go back to images that I've made that relate to this that I'm now seeing kind of in a very different light. I think it's just one of those things that if you make something long enough, eventually there's going to be an intersection with what's happening with the rest of the world. Yeah.
That's a great way to put it. I look forward to bringing more hope and light in the circumstance that we're dealing with through your art and watching you in action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. We're going to go now to 4.5, our second sabbatical report with Christopher Chin. I know Dr. Douglas will do an introduction.
Yes, thank you, Board President Ntuk. Our second presentation this evening is by Professor Christopher Chin. He's been teaching drawing, painting, and design at Long Beach City College since 2004. He initially was hired as an adjunct instructor, and he began his full-time position a year later, making this his 18th year at LBCC. He has served as department chair as well as several years on the Academic Senate, among other committees. He received his BFA from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign and an MFA from the University of Southern California. Welcome, Professor Chin.
Thank you. Good evening. So, my sabbatical project initially, it had a couple different parts to it that initially were really well integrated, and then the pandemic happened, and they kind of came apart. So first I'm going to start with linear perspective. So as a faculty, when we're doing our program plans, we saw that success rates in beginning drawing were lower than what we really wanted. One of the difficult parts of beginning drawing is linear perspective. I had been using handouts in that class that I had developed before I started here, and they really need to be expanded and developed further. So part of my sabbatical project was doing that. I proposed to create a 100-page workbook for students in linear perspective. It was going to be, again, integrated with my studio art, but the pandemic and I can explain that later, made it difficult. The workbook eventually expanded almost to, as you can see from the contents, to almost 200 pages. I had to have enough there for students at the beginning level coming in who had never looked or tried to do this before, that they could grasp onto and get to understand it, and enough there for students who really had it to dig deeper and to challenge them with more information. So there is a lot here. Under each one of those chapters, there is 3 to 7 subsections. With each chapter, there's one video demonstration as well. Each of the parts of those chapters I had to separate out just to make it easy. They're all posted on the Canvas with the videos as well, so that students can access it at any time during the course of the semester. So this is an example from the book. This is looking at 2-point perspective, how to draw a box. So I made all of the drawings in this book by hand in my studio, the same process and methods that the students would use in the class. And again, kind of as Stas does, every time I made a line, I took another photograph of those drawings and then used them as illustrations in kind of the written book part of it. Each section then ends with a sketchbook practice where students could practice the skills presented. All of this, of course, is not meant to be done on its own. This is supplemental to lecture and demonstration and presentation in the classroom. Now I'm going to try to sneak out of this for a minute. Because I have an example of, oh, it's right here. Yes, I'm a Mac user as well. I think that's going to get me to full screen. No. Well, anyway, I'm not going to let this play all the way through. So everything is written out. There's no audio in it. And again, this is going to take you step by step so the students can actually see each line go down in the perspective drawing. When I returned in September, this was shared with all of our faculty teaching beginning drawing. I had many of them thank me for it, said they would be using parts of it in their classes. So this was the kind of one part of my sabbatical. And then there's this other part. I thought these two things would happen together. So in my own private practice, my painting, what I do, I thought these would kind of go together a little bit better than they did. And this was difficult too because of the pandemic. So when I'm out painting, my work deals with homelessness. So my work has been focused on homelessness almost exclusively for 20 years. So I'm painting people and homeless encampments throughout LA. And this series that I was working on as I was starting the sabbatical was just looking at homeless encampments. So I would go out into the community, basically packing up my studio and carrying it over my shoulder and in boxes and bags to a spot in the city. This one is an example from Echo Park. I plop down my easel, get out all my paints, and I create the painting on site. Traditionally, it's called plein air painting. And then I pack it all up. I clean everything up there. I pack it back to my studio. So I did 50 small paintings like this around the city of homeless encampments, which again was made especially tricky due to the pandemic. And this again was done before the controversy surrounding the removal of this camp at Echo Park. Right as I was finishing up my work in Echo Park, that all kind of happened really quickly. and I knew it was coming. I mean, you could feel the tension in the neighborhood. So I did a lot in Echo Park, but I also paint. Encampments are all over the city. So this is in Eagle Rock, near where I live. It's very near where I pass by every day when I take my kids to school. This is obviously in Hollywood, also where I spend a lot of time, especially in the weekends. Outside City Hall in downtown Los Angeles. After doing these small paintings, I kind of choose some of them, and then they're made much larger in studio. So this is an example of one of the larger paintings. This is from Eagle Rock, underneath the 134 freeway. This also is in Eagle Rock, nearby where I live. And then this finally being the Echo Park painting that you saw at the beginning. This is 5.5 by 7 feet, the final painting. So yeah, that was the work that I created during the sabbatical. Oh, and I have one more actually. So all of this kind of culminated again in a very kind of timely manner. The National News deputy editor Holly Aguirre was writing a piece on the explosion of homelessness in Los Angeles due to the pandemic and not enough housing. So while she was working on this article, she interviewed me and looked at my work. And this is a link here where you can see it online. You can hardly see it there. I don't think I'm going to go to it, but I think you all have that, right? And you can look at it at your leisure. So that is what I was up to during this sabbatical.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Professor Chin. I used to work for the city of LA as a director, and I many days coming out of City Hall saw exactly your painting and more. And it's just, unfortunately, very descriptive of the city and a larger region. But I feel like I've been driven past many of those scenes in the last couple of years.
Unlike my colleagues' work, my work is something you see all too often.
Correct. But it's still very powerful. And again, I hope it's something we can show here on campus. You know, I think about the cross-pollination around the city of the Mula Museum or at the museum at Long Beach State, to be able to continue to show the work that's, our wonderful faculty are doing here. And it's very timely of just getting people to think about it. And I'm waiting for Trustee Baxter. She's going to say, this is a great artwork to do a fundraiser around for our homeless
That's
students.
where I'm going, Chris.
I know it's coming, but but just want to say thank you. Wonderful artwork, very moving.
Thank you. Well, I would like to say thank you, too, for all of the great things that LBCC has been doing for unhoused students, and especially with the cars and the parking garages. That is so important. Every little bit, anything, is so important to someone who does not have access to safe shelter. So thank you all for that.
Appreciate it. I got Trustee Baxter, then we'll go Trustee Malou, and then Trustee Zia. Well, Trustee Baxter's really moving in her seat here.
Well, that's because I'm louder than you are, Sonny.
All right, we'll go Trustee Baxter.
I want to praise Professor Chin. I asked him as a fundraiser to draw a portrait of someone in 1 hour. And it was fascinating to watch him and how he came up with a portrait. I mean, a gorgeous portrait in an hour. And so when I was looking at the paintings of the plain art, the homeless, I was thinking of exactly what President Untuck said, is if we could do something, Trustee Z and I are involved with helping homeless students, if we could do something on campus as a fundraiser, but also to highlight your work and how beautiful it is, I'd like to talk to you about that.
Please.
Not tomorrow,
Absolutely.
later. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Trustee Malou.
Trustee Zia, go ahead. I think she was next.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really appreciate what you're doing. As Trustee Baxter said, for the past 7 years now, we've been working on this issue and finally been able to destigmatize it. We've supported the students by getting them housing, and a tremendous thanks to our administration and their support. And this board, hopefully we'll see the light at the end of the tunnel and we'll get housing come to fruition. Safe parking isn't enough in itself. I just wanted to understand better. I mean, I love your art. It evokes a certain kind of pathos that really touches me. But I wanted to just get an understanding, what made you want to create this type of art and this specific domain?
Oh, that's a great question. There are a lot of layers to that, obviously. When people ask this kind of thing, I always go back to to where I'm from. So I grew up in rural Illinois, in the country, doing farm work. I never knew what a city was like. I never saw homeless people until I came to Los Angeles. And then I lived in downtown, on the southeast side, because it was portable studio space. And I had literally people living in the walkway and entrance to the building. And it was just crushing to go out of my door every day and to see people living like that and not having any sense of value or worth. And so that's where it hit me. I had to do it. I had to confront it, and the best way for me to do that was with my artwork. And so a lot of what you see in those pictures, I mean, you're missing the whole thing for me, because I'm there with them for hours while I'm painting. I'm on the street having conversations, they're coming up and making suggestions and, telling me what I need to do or not do. And then obviously there are different interactions too with the community, house community and businesses in the area. Those are very different interactions. But yeah, it really, for me, I'm in the community doing what I love and putting, I think, my eye on something that is very important to me, that I care about, and I think the world needs to see more of. So that's why I do it.
Trustee Malulu.
Another fantastic presentation. Good job. You give immersive art a new name. So I'm trying to picture you sitting there under one of those freeway overpasses. And I'm wondering if you had the personal experience of someone thinking that perhaps you were unhoused and were an artist. Did anyone ever say anything to you about that or approach you?
I don't think so. Most of the people who approach me, I think, know that I'm housed stably. I have a lot of stuff with me when I'm painting, and
as do many homeless people do.
Yes, they
as
do.
well.
They do. But no, I don't think I've ever been mistaken like that. Now, I have in the past spent time out on the streets and tried to blend in with the homeless community to see how people would react and to kind of see what that was like, but still being obviously safe.
No, I was just curious. Just personal comment. My favorite image that you displayed was the one, I believe it was the lake in the background, and then you had a group. There was a lot of perhaps the possessions next to the tent, and then there was a picture of a picture, and I believe there was a circus on there.
Yeah.
I thought it was great how you captured that. Yeah, it was really good. Good job. Thank you. Thank you for being here with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Chico?
Yeah, I noticed that tent, that circus tent too. It was very interesting. I think homelessness has impacted many of us. And there are those of us that have been working on it for a long time. I used to work for Central City East Association in downtown LA in the heart of Skid Row. We helped establish the Arts District. That was interesting, the collaboration between the artists and the unhoused that were living in the same area. But how do you think that you can change the perspective of people through your art? Homelessness is so interesting. People experiencing homelessness, communities want to help, they just don't want to help here. And so through your artwork, is there like a message? Is there something that you're hoping to spark within the community to maybe change the minds of some people that this is a real situation that needs to be addressed, that we can't say, not in my backyard anymore?
Right. Well, I wish I could convince people of that, right? But that really is the heart of it. When it comes to building homes, nonprofit, low-income housing, is that
Wraparound
nobody
services.
wants it in their neighborhood.
Right.
Because those people aren't seen having any value.
Right.
Right. Yeah, and that really is. Can my work change perceptions? I hope so.
Yeah.
You know, I make it for me first, and hope that it does ignite other people's thoughts or inspire other people to spend an hour sitting nearby, have a conversation with someone you would never talk to normally, and you're going to be surprised, right? I've met all sorts of people who are unhoused on the street,
right?
And yeah, they all deserve better.
At the end of the day, we're all people, human beings. No,
Yes.
I get it. It was a beautiful message. Thank you for it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Appreciate it. And welcome
Thank
back
you.
from sabbatical. Thank you. We'll be moving on next to Section 5, Board of Trustees. We have 5.1 as a resolution authorizing teleconference of open meetings pursuant to AB 361. This is an action item that will require a second and a motion to advance. It's a recommendation the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 032322A authorizing teleconference open meetings pursuant to AB 361 as submitted. This is the same resolution we've adopted each month since December, and tonight's meeting is being broadcast or streamed live on YouTube and is also housed there. But this will allow, if anything in the next 30 days and the pandemic should change, we can go back to a teleconference or a virtual meeting environment if necessary. So is there a motion and a second for this item, this action item?
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Baxter,
Second.
second by Vice President Chico. Any discussion on the item? All right, seeing and hearing none, if we can take a voice vote? I guess all those, yeah.
Favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
All right, the ayes have it, and the resolution has been adopted for the next 30 days. Moving to item 5.2, this is another resolution recognizing Women's History Month. This is an action item that will require a second and a motion and a second, and it's recommended the Board of Trustees adopt 032322B, recognizing Women's History Month as submitted. Attached is a copy of the resolution. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Zia, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion this evening on the item?
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
The ayes have it. The resolution has been adopted. Moving next to item 5.3 is another resolution recognizing Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day. This is an action item that require a motion and a second, and it's recommended the board adopt resolution 032322C as presented, and there's a draft copy on board docs.
So moved.
Motion by Vice President Chico.
Second.
I got a second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion on the resolution? Hearing here none, we'll take a vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
The resolution has been adopted. Moving the resolution, or agenda item 5.4, as another resolution recognizing Cesar Chavez Day. This is a motion require an action item that require a motion and a second. It's recommended the Board of Trustees adopt resolution 32322D, recognizing Cesar Chavez Day as submitted, and there's a draft attached to the agenda tonight.
So moved.
Ooh, I got a tie. I'm going to go with Vice President Chico and a second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion on Cesar Chavez Day? I do know that it's a state holiday, March 31st. Dr. Munoz, do we have that off, or we're going to be here celebrating in person?
So we do not recognize Cesar Chavez Day as an official LBCC holiday, but we do have programming and events scheduled for that day.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any other discussion on the draft resolution? All right, we'll take a vote.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
All right, the resolution is adopted. Moving on to item 5.5, Juneteenth holiday. This is also an action item. There'll be a motion in a second.
So moved.
It's a motion. The recommendation is the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 032322E as submitted, recognizing the Juneteenth holiday. I have a motion from Trustee Zia. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Trustee Baxter. She was quicker. I know this is this was adopted last June, as a national holiday for the first time, and I know this is the first time that we're having an opportunity to recognize it on campus for Juneteenth.
June 16th or 19th?
Well, it's Juneteenth because it's not sure what teen day of that week people found out slavery was over. That's why it's Juneteenth. But but I know there's a specific date in there. I think it was, Dr. Munoz, what does the resolution say? I know the history, but the actual date. Oh, Dr. Douglas knows.
Yes, June 19th.
June 19th. June 19th.
Thank you.
Yeah, coming up. All right, so I have a motion in a second. Any other discussion on the new federal holiday and recognizing Juneteenth? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take a vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
The resolution is adopted. Moving on to 5.6, California Community College Trustee 2022 Board Election. This is an action item and a vote for 6 candidates who are running for the Community College Trustee, the CCT Board. This is a statewide association. The election of the CCT Board will take place between March 10th and April 25th, 2022. It will be accepted via e-ballot online. Each member district Board of Trustees will have 1 vote for each open seat on the CCT Board, and the CCT Board members are elected for 3-year terms. No CCT Board member shall serve more than 3 full terms. For 2022, there are 6 seats up for election and only 1 incumbent running. We were provided the names of the candidates. The 13 candidates are provided in the agenda, and I know Board Secretary Reese needs to do a unique voting scenario of each trustee. Who's your top 6?
Correct. We will, you will vote for 6 candidates on the list of 13, and the 6 with the most will forward on to CCLCs. So we'll start with Virginia Baxter, your 6.
Okay, I'm ready. How about if I just say number 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 10?
Thank you. Herlinda Chico.
I'm trying to pull up my list. Sorry.
I can move on and circle back. Is
That would be
okay?
great.
Vivian Malauulu.
So I believe I sent you mine earlier today, but I'm voting for candidates 1 through 6.
Thank you. Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
I'm going to go with 1, 3, 5, 9, and 10. Was it 1? I thought it was 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5.
Did you say 1 through 5?
No, I said 1, 3, 5, 9, 10. I'm saving it. I'm saving it. I didn't do 6. I only did 5.
It's the glass.
All right. I'm sorry. Let me just verify for yours. You said 1, 3, 5, 9 and 10,
Correct.
and we need to pick 6. Am I right? That's
I'm only voting for 5.
Oh, you're only doing 5. I'm sorry. I didn't
Concentrating
hear you.
my votes.
My apologies. Sunny Zia.
1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 10.
And we'll come back to Herlinda Chico.
Yes, so that's 1, 3, 9, 10, 13. Did I just do that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 3, 7, 9, 10, 13.
Give me just 1 second. Okay, so we have 5 for Kenneth Brown, 5 for Jose Alcaya, sorry. So those will be 1, 2. Number 4, Tamara Silverman had 4. That'll be our next one. Number 10, Inez De Luna will be the next. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the 2 that have the 3 votes are Marianne Lutz, number 2, and Marcia, number 7. I will submit those to Community College League as our collective vote. And
It was very difficult to hear you. Did you? So we got top 6?
we did. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't hear me after all that. Y'all have to stop me a little earlier.
1, 2, 3, 5 pieces
I'm
of
sorry,
glass.
I'll
I
give
couldn't
you
hear
again.
through you.
Okay, here we go. Number 1 is successful. Number 2, number 3, number 5, number 7, and number 10 are our successful votes. I'm so sorry.
All right. I'd like to entertain a motion for those top 6 candidates. Any trustees?
So moved.
Trustee Baxter with the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Malulu. And again, to repeat, the motion is our vote for our college for the CCT board members will be for Kenneth Brown from El Camino, Marianne Lutz from Citrus, Jose Alcala from Riverside, Tamara Silver from Pasadena, Marcia McKelcher from South Orange County, and Inez De Luna from Napa Valley. Did I get the 6? Correct?
Yes.
Awesome. Any discussion on the rounds of voting we just had? All right. We'll take a vote then.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right. Those 6 are ratified, and we will forward those on to CCT before the deadline for the election. Moving to item 5.7, for the second month in a row, we have another facility naming. This is for the Jackson A. Shaw Automotive Technology Facility. This is a motion that will require, action item require a motion and a second. It's recommended the Board of Trustees approve the naming of the PCC Automotive Technology to the Jackson A. Shaw Automotive Technology and accept a donation of $2 million for specific purposes as named. The district established a facility naming process in 2021 with the direction of the Board of Trustees Facility Naming Ad Hoc Committee that both Trustee Baxter and I were part of. This process aligns with the Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6015 and includes a presentation to the President's Leadership Council to achieve consulting committee review. The Foundation submitted a request to name the PCC the Pacific Coast Campus Automotive Technology to Jackson A. Shaw Technology as the former Long Beach City College alumni and volunteer faculty member Jackson A. Shaw. The $2 million donation will establish 2 endowments of $1 million each. Interest from one endowment will fund student scholarships. Interest from the second endowment will be made to the CTE Department for Program, Supplies, and Budget Support. The amount received is $2 million. It will be used towards the President's Circle. Attached is additional documentation and the biography of Mr. Shaw.
So moved.
We have a motion from Trustee Zia, second from Trustee Baxter. Any discussion on the donation? Before we go to trustees, Dr. Munoz, do you have anything to add?
No, I just think I would like to take a moment to really acknowledge the foundation and the leadership of Paul Kaminsky. As you mentioned, Board President, I believe this is our third facilities naming request to come before the board within the last 2 months. And so, and we definitely appreciate Jackson Shaw, a long-time committed member of our LBCC community who's contributed a lot over the years. And I know, as I mentioned in speaking with Paul about the specific donation request, that there's just a lot of excitement and enthusiasm around it. And so I just want to, again, just acknowledge that.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. We do let Paul know to keep the momentum going every month. We expect a multi-million-dollar donation, because I think this brings us to $9 million in the last 2 months. We'll go to Trustee Zia, then Trustee Baxter.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. I believe it's 2 million, not 200,000. I think you said 200,000 when you were reading it. I really appreciate this contribution, this donation. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. This is wonderful, and appreciate the foundation's work. I love this picture that is in the bio. So keep them coming so we get to see the faces of our donors. Thank you.
Trustee Baxter.
Yes, I know Jackson Shaw personally, and I think it's wonderful when people make this commitment when they're alive. And there's an old saying in fundraising, give while your hands are warm. And so I also want to salute, isn't that a great thing? You know, after you're gone, you don't get any, well, you get recognition. But anyway, so I want to salute the foundation, and especially Paul Kaminsky, because I have to tell you, I couldn't get this guy to do this, and so I'm very, very impressed.
Hey, if Jenny can't do it. All right. Well, let's take a vote on this $2 million warm gift.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right. The gift is accepted. Thank you again to Mr. Shaw. Moving to item 5.8, campus reopening update, executive summary. This is an information item. There is a document attached to the agenda. There will be no voting on this item. Dr. Munoz, anything you want to speak to?
I just think I would add that as we discussed about 2 meetings ago, we've moved our campus reopening presentation to an executive summary. And so the summary is provided for all of you. And if there's any questions, either now or at a later time, please just direct them to me and we'll make sure we get you the appropriate information.
Thank you. Any trustees, any questions? All right, we'll move on to Section 6, consent agenda. We'll go to item 6.1, and any of the items can be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately if a member of the Board of Trustees so requests. Maximum time for discussion item removed for content should not exceed 25 minutes per item without approval or extension from the majority of the board. Before we do that, I'd like to ask Board Counsel Ewing has had a chance to review all the documents. Did we identify any conflicts of interest, Board Counsel Ewing?
Check. No conflict.
None identified?
Can you state your question again, please?
Sorry, no problem.
Yeah.
I have here in the notes, this is the consent agenda item that has various contracts and purchase awards. The review of the conflict of interest, if there were any conflicts of interest identified, either financial or otherwise.
None identified in my review.
Thank you. Any trustees would like to pull any items from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull items 6.3 to 6.5.
Sorry, speaking again to the mic, I couldn't hear you.
Item 6.3 to 6.5.
6.3 to 6.5?
Yes.
So 6.3, 6.4, and 6.5?
Yes.
Any other items anyone would like to pull from the agenda? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go on to 6.2. Which is action on the consent agenda excluding those 3 items. So I'll need a motion.
So moved.
Motion Vice President Chico.
Second.
seconded by trustee Baxter. Motion would be to adopt the remainder of the consent agenda, excluding 6.3, 6.4, and 6.5. And Secretary Reese, just want to make sure you were able to capture that.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Great. Any discussion on the other items or the majority of the items on the consent agenda? Seeing and hearing none, let's take a vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the consent agenda is adopted as amended. Let's go to item 6.3. Item 6.3 is a purchase order ratification. This is an action item. It's recommended the Board of Trustees ratify the purchase order and change order issuance for the period of January 29th, 2022 through February 25th, 2022 in the amount of $2,210,563.95 as submitted. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Yeah, and second.
Motion by Vice President Chico, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion on this item?
I have a question.
Sure.
What is number 79, Other Trust Fund?
Maybe Vice President Drinkwine might be able to go through accounting numbers.
Thank you. Trust Fund includes the fund in which we manage the post-employee retirement benefits.
Oh.
So that's the original investment fund before we established the Equity Award Investment Fund. So that one's been a long-standing one in which we place a certain dollar amount every year into that trust fund so that it can help build interest to pay for a future obligation owed for those post-employment retiree benefits.
Thank you for that clarification. Why wouldn't you just name it that?
The names of the funds are done in accordance with the general guidance for fund naming. When we named the other trust fund several years ago, that's what they chose to name it. When we created the most recent fund, obviously we've had a little bit more descriptive name, but it is a combination both of a certain amount of discretion as well as trying to align with the guidance from the Chancellor's Office and the auditors on what those funds should be named.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, let's take a vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'd like to abstain.
What was the reason for abstention?
The law firms that the members of this district have used in the litigation against me, as I've mentioned in all the months that I've recused myself on this item, I don't believe I should be voting on these items since the litigation was brought by some members of this board against me. So I'm, again, abstaining on this item.
All right. Board Council Union, is that necessary? We can't hear you.
Mic check, okay. So when you're looking at a conflict of interest analysis, you start with a direct or indirect financial benefit based on that conflict of interest. There's also what's called a common law conflict of interest. So, of course, a person like Trustee Zia, an elected official, is able to abstain on a particular item within her discretion. But in terms of a disqualifying conflict of interest, which is what I'm addressing here now, where a person, they're not voting on something because they're going to receive a financial benefit by voting on that particular item, I don't see that type of conflict here. However, an elected official such as yourself has the discretion to abstain on a particular agenda item if you so choose.
Thank you for the clarification. I know I haven't heard the explanation for these abstentions for many months. With that, the 6.3 is adopted, and we can move on to 6.4, which is purchase order amendments. This is also an action item to the board. It's recommended the Board of Trustees authorize Vice President Business Services or designee approve purchase order amendments as submitted. There is one described in the text from Robert Half International, Amendment 3 of their contract, not to exceed $1.254 million from the restricted general fund. There's also additional attachments in the document. This is an action item. We'll need a motion and a second to advance.
So moved.
Trustee Baxter? Seconded by Trustee Malauulu. Any discussion on the purchase order amendments?
Yes, I have something to say.
Oh, Trustee Zia, go ahead.
Thank you. As I have previously voted, I don't believe it's proper that this purchase order was, it's not even a year, and it is going from $96,699 to $1.254 million. Would much rather use that kind of money on building a housing for our unhoused students. I think it's exponential growth. I've expressed my concerns. Therefore, again, I'm uncomfortable with this level of increase. I think we could do this better by competing this work out, and I will vote no on this item.
May I make a comment?
Trustee Baxter.
Yeah, normally I would agree with Trustee Zia about spending money, but I think it's really important, the decision that Dr. Munoz and the executive staff decided not to make teachers and our employers parole, no, that's a bad word. I don't mean parole is a bad word, but that they were not subjected to checking off to see if someone were vaccinated. I like the idea that we hired a private company and they were responsible for efficiently checking people's vaccination status, and so that's why I am in favor of this.
President Intel, can I just add one?
Excuse me, it's one person at a time, please. Was it Vice President Chico?
I agree with Jenny. That was very well said. I appreciate that.
Thank you, all three. I'd like to ask a question, Dr. Munoz, before we go to Trustee Baxter it's Trustee Zia for a second time. Dr. Munoz, I believe we've explained this before, that this is about the COVID-19 pandemic response and also covered under HERF funds. Can you just verify again that that's the situation that we're talking about?
Yes, so as we've continued to reopen the campus and increase more face-to-face activity on campus, it required an additional presence of staffing to verify the vaccination status before students or members of the public enter certain space. And so that is partially why you're seeing that incremental increase, because and I'll obviously defer to Vice President Drinkwine because this is under her portfolio and she can speak to it in more detail. But just at that high level, this again is as we try to keep everyone safe and again, while at the same time reopen the campus, it has required us to provide additional staffing, especially because we don't want bottlenecks. So I think when we initially started, we were getting feedback that there was some bottlenecking in terms of students being able to have to wait on long lines to get cleared. And so we wanted to be responsive to that. And I believe some trustees have brought concerns forward about that bottlenecking the verification process. So this is in part to ensure that we have adequate staffing levels to allow for a very smooth transition back to face while maintaining our commitment to the campus community about verifying vaccination statuses before people go into buildings.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Munoz. That was what I recalled the last several months that this has come up. But Vice President Drinkwine, it looks like the amendments for $589,000. What kind of student housing can we get for that much?
The estimate for the construction of the student housing building that went to the state recently that unfortunately was denied was $95 million to construct that building.
You said $95 million?
$95 million.
So this $589,000 would not be sufficient.
Not sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
President Tuck,
We'll go back to Trustee Zia for a second time.
let me just be clear. I am not impugning the merit of the need. I am questioning the process. And the $1.254 million that is being requested to increase this contract, it could have been done better and competitively procured and given to other firms, not just essentially sole source to an international firm. And again, this is not to impugn Robert Half. I think they do excellent job, but I think there's plenty of small businesses and minority-owned businesses locally that can provide this support. That is what I'm getting at. So we can competitively procure this, and this absolutely is a need. I agree. And as far as the student housing, yes, we may not be able to house all our unhoused students with $1.2 million, but we can certainly build housing or buy housing that can house some of them, not all of them. We can start there rather than just a safe parking initiative, which I love and adore and support. So therefore, I will be voting no on this item and think we should do a better job of competitively soliciting and getting more minority businesses to be having a seat at the table.
Thanks for your comments. And just to clarify, Vice President Drinkwine, we did competitively bid this originally when the contract was originally done.
We used a process by which we asked for proposals from staffing agencies. We received 3. One stated that they could not meet our need. The other was more expensive than Robert Half.
Thanks for the clarification on that. Can we go to a vote on this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? I have the ayes have it, and it's been adopted. Moving on to 6.5, contract awards. This is also an action item that will require a motion and a second to advance. It's recommended the Board of Trustees authorize Vice President, Business Services, or designee to enter into and execute contract award as submitted. There is 2 contracts on there, one for the Grand Prix Association of Long Beach and a second with the Long Beach City College Foundation. Is there a motion and a second for this item?
So moved.
Vice President Chico,
Second.
Trustee Baxter. Any discussion on this item?
Yes, I have a question and comment.
We'll go to Trustee Zia.
Thank you. My question and really comment is on contract number 99806.4 with the foundation for $5 million. During the deliberation process that we were presented in the strategy process for the $30 million spending, I was not informed that the foundation submitted a letter to the chair of this board, Mr. Intuck, and our superintendent president back in August 1st. I would have liked to have that as a point of information and evaluate their perspective before I was able to make the decision. I made the decision in the absence of that. I think we owe an apology, and I can speak for myself. I apologize to the foundation for not having this letter presented to the entire board. 7 months later, I found out about it by getting a call from a reporter, and I had no idea what it was about, and I asked and got the letter that way and asked that it be submitted to the board. I think it's unfortunate, but we did decide as a board. I wish I had the information at the time presented to me so I could have made perhaps, I'm not saying I would have made a different decision, but it would have been a more informed decision based on the perspective of our foundation. And I just want to punctuate that for the record.
Before we go to Trustee Bonalulu, maybe we'll let Dr. Munoz talk about what exactly happened last August.
Thank you. So, yes, we did receive a communication from the foundation, I believe, I want to say back in August, requesting that the college consider allowing the foundation to be the custodian of the funds. We had already begun a process, a discussion around a process and what that process would look like, and there was a commitment that we were going to form an advisory. The direction that I had received from the board was that we were going to create a advisory committee that the board directed me to basically create that would have community representation as well as stakeholder representation from campus, such as classified senate, academic senate appointees, etc. And so in my conversations with the executive director, Paul Kaminsky, I informed him that we had already begun this process and that I really thought it was important for it to continue. And so he understood that and seemed to be okay with that. I believe, and I don't want to, say, that I did or did not tell, but my understanding was that it was something that I discussed openly with the board, their request. I did not pass the letter along, but again, I felt like I had already gotten direction from the board to move forward with the process that we had committed to. So again, I do apologize, Trustee Zia, if that was an omission on my part, and I did not explicitly, discuss the letter with you. But I do know that the foundation's request to oversee the funds were discussed at the advisory board meeting, which had representation that you had appointed someone to the board as well. We had a discussion around the model and how it should be structured. And again, those recommendations came up through that advisory committee to the board. So again, if it was an oversight on my part, I do apologize.
I appreciate that, Superintendent Munoz.
Excuse me, Trustee Zia.
Sorry about that.
If you can hold, Trustee Malulu was next. Thank you. Trustee Malulu?
Yes, I would just like to reiterate what Trustee Zia said, that she really would have appreciated receiving a copy of the letter that was sent, and that it possibly would have impacted her decision or possibly, perhaps, maybe changed her vote. But the point that I would like to stress is the fact that she stated that the fact that that letter was withheld impacted the decision that was made after. And she heard about that letter 7 months later because a reporter called her, and she hadn't known about it. And if she had known about it, then perhaps she would have voted differently. I just really want to repeat that point because I agree with her. I agree that as a board member, it is so important that the leadership, whether it's the superintendent president or the board chair, present all information that is directed toward them to the board so that when it is time to make decisions such as a vendor, a contract, an employee, they have all of the facts laid out before them. That way, they can evaluate the facts and then make a decision based on those facts. Because it sucks getting information after the fact, after a decision is made, and then there's nothing you can do about it. So I just want to make sure that the point that Trustee Zia made is crystallized, and I want to let her know that I absolutely agree with her. She is 100% correct. Boards should be privy to all information that is provided to the superintendent president and board chair when it comes time to making decisions, before the fact, not after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Malulu. Anybody else have any? Trustee Baxter?
I want to state I agree with both Trustee Zia and Trustee Malulu, but I also want to ask two questions. The first question is, why is this, and don't answer yet, why is this a 5-year contract? In other words, at the end of 5 years, can the college say, we want the money back? And I don't quite understand that. Or is it, if in 5 years they're not earning enough interest, and so therefore you want it back? I just wonder why you would do it for 5 years. Why would you, and maybe you have to do a contract for 5 years. Okay, that's number one. Then number two, What is the Systems Impacted Student Scholarship Fund? Please.
So I'll respond to the second question, then I'll have Trustee Malulu, Trustee Malulu. I'll have Vice President Drinkwine respond to, I was looking at Trustee Malulu. Vice President Drinkwine respond to the first part. So in terms of systems impacted students, again, this was presented to the board back in December. The recommendation from the advisory committee was that we would focus on 3 populations as part of these scholarship endowment. The first was to support Long Beach, there was a recommendation to support Long Beach College Promise students.
Yeah.
The second was to support with funds for our African American Black Student Fund. And the third was to focus on systems impacted students, which we're defining as formerly incarcerated, former foster youth, students who maybe experienced human trafficking, student parents. So again, really vulnerable student groups that we know through the data tell us they have significant challenges and barriers that they face every day. So again, that was the conversation that came from that advisory committee, and those were the 3 groups that we identified as kind of a tier 1 priority focus groups. And so so basically everything that was presented to you at the board, not to you individually, but to the board at that December meeting is now being outlined, that you all approved, is now being outlined in this MOU.
Well, and I would never be against helping African American students, never. But I don't understand why Latino students are not, you know, I mean, I don't know, and maybe I'm overreacting, but we are a Hispanic serving institution. We have a far greater majority of Hispanic. Are we like 13% African American? And I want to help African Americans. I'm not against that. I just think it's interesting. How's that for adjective? That those, and obviously I'm in favor of incarcerated foster youth and student parents. I just think it's interesting that those were featured, above others.
So if I can go ahead and maybe help explain the rationale behind the groups. So at the start of, I think in either our first or second meeting, because we had several meetings with the advisory group, we spent extensive time reviewing equity data. And so as we've discussed around our growing knowledge around equity, equity is not about sameness. Equity is not about treating everybody the same. Equity is not focusing on the group of students that you have the most of. Equity is about an intentional alignment of resources for the students that have the greatest equity gaps in terms of student success outcomes. And so when we look at our data, African American students at LBCC have the biggest point gap between the highest performing group and African American students in course success, in completion, almost in several of the metrics that we look at for student success outcomes. So recognizing, again, we acknowledge as an institution systemic racism, as well as many of the other barriers that African American students have faced over the years, we recognize that there's this achievement gap. Let me rephrase that. I don't like to use the word achievement gap. There's an equity gap. And so we want to target our resources in a way that is equity-minded. And to be equity-minded, you have to put the resources at the groups that have been most disproportionately impacted. And so again, after we looked at that group, we also started to look at former foster youth and formerly incarcerated and started seeing some of the data that we know in the literature around these groups and how vulnerable they are. And so that's how essentially we landed on these 3 priority groups. One was the Long Beach College Promise, because we knew we needed to provide some institutional support for that for other reasons. Then we landed at supporting our African American students because, as I mentioned, in terms of some of the success outcomes, they're most disproportionately impacted. And then we landed with systems impacted groups because it's an umbrella term, and it is kind of a new term, but it's an umbrella term to capture and identify other student groups that maybe not based on race, but that we know have been disproportionately impacted in terms of their outcomes. So that's essentially how we landed on those 3 groups.
Two things. Who's going to select the students? Right now, with the foundation funds, the general scholarships are selected by the scholarship committees at each campus, who are composed of faculty and staff. Who's going to make the decision in which of these students are selected? That's number one. I'm sorry. And then number 2, could we, there are students who don't live in the Long Beach Community College District. Right now, the college promises only for that. Could we use these funds to provide scholarships for students who don't live in the Long Beach Community College District, because this is a different pot of money? Just thinking outside the box. And that's a rhetorical question, okay?
So that means you don't want me to answer it, I'm assuming. Okay. And then I'll defer to Vice President Drinkwine for the first part regarding the length of the MOU. I have
Thank
my own
you.
assumption of why it is, but I will defer to her.
All contracts should have a term. All contracts should have an end date. Otherwise, you are working with a contract that's perhaps 20 years past the date that it began, and there becomes questions. And also, there become issues of legality and enforcement of the contract. In this case, 5 years is typically the longest contract that the district engages in. An exception would have been our CSW PLA. 5 years provides enough time for the foundation to have the funds, to have invested them, to be granting scholarships from interest earned off the corpus. It also is long enough for us to refine and re-examine those scholarships, that our understanding of our students and their needs evolve. And so this is a good point at which the district can then meet with the foundation and restructure, if necessary, the next 5-year agreement. So it is a pause in time that allows us to refine as we need to and then move forward again.
And no, and that makes perfect sense. But again, I'm concerned as who is going to decide who gets these scholarships. I'm looking at Dr. Corral. And again, it's, because I'm very familiar with the scholarship committees, and they are, dedicated volunteers across the section, multicultural people
Sure.
serving on those.
So our intention is to administer the scholarship. So again, we're getting into operations and some of the real nitty-gritty details. So I want to be respectful and say that we probably don't have everything defined at this moment, because we're in the process of implementing these new funds. But essentially, we already had discussions, and we would administer the scholarship through our existing scholarship office. We have Shira does a great job administering the scholarship, so it's not going to live outside of that process. Now, for some of these funds, we may want to do some things that, to your sayings earlier, that are outside of the box. So it may not, especially for our in-house students, and some of our students are experiencing housing insecurity, it might be that we want to use some of those funds to create additional rental subsidies with some of our programs that we've already partnered with, like Hoven is, or Hope Housing, that says, if you use some of these funds, we can provide 10 extra beds. So it may not be an actual scholarship, it might be rental support. But the idea is that we wouldn't create a new process, we would use our existing processes to implement this model. I think the difference is with these funds, we may have a little bit more, I don't want to say oversight, but at the executive team level, we might be asking more questions just to ensure that the scholarships are dispersed in a way that are in alignment with in which we receive the funds. But we don't anticipate creating, like I said, a new system that's going to live outside of the scholarship office. It would be embedded within our existing structures. The only area where I think there might be some out-of-the-box thinking would be in supporting our in-house students if we wanted to do something, use some of those funds to increase the capacity with some of our partners. The other issue too is we've, in the spirit of transparency, and we've talked about this, is we've leveraged a lot of our HERF dollars and things to provide with a scaling and support during the pandemic around some of these additional subsidies, right, in support of transitional housing. And so that money's going to go away. So if we want to continue serving students at that same number, we're going to have to look at other resources. And so this might be another opportunity to leverage some of those resources in that way. But again, those decisions haven't been made yet, and we will be obviously making those decisions at a future date.
That's your time, Trustee Baxter. Good. So going through this, just want to, excuse me, I haven't spoken yet.
I had asked you, and then you said you're going to come back to me, so, but I can wait.
Right. Yeah, I'll call you when it's your turn. One, the question of Trustee Baxter about the curiosity of black students. I don't know if your insinuation is I had some role to play in selecting black students over other, because I don't know what you're really talking about. Because I had no role in drafting this contract or presenting this item or negotiating with the foundation about what scholarships should be selected. But to know that the College Promise is getting money that goes to students of all ethnic backgrounds and all economic backgrounds, and so there should be no misunderstanding that one group is being favored over the other. But again, I think Dr. Munoz articulated it well about equity of the students who need the most should get some funds, and so I do support that. So just wanted to clarify, because you said you weren't sure.
Thank you for bringing that up.
You didn't clarify, but I want to just clarify for you in case you're not certain about that. Back to this letter, I received dozens of requests for people who had great ideas of how to spend our $30 million. And I did not share them all with the board. My apologies. And the foundation was one of those groups. This was not anything of sinister nature at all. It was not held and not told to any faculty or staff. This was given to Dr. Munoz. We actually had a joint meeting with the foundation, both the college staff and the foundation staff, to discuss what would the parameters look like, if that. But that was before we decided on the parameters. We said this is still very early. We had only found out about the money weeks before, and so appreciate the request. Please give us all the money. But that was also not my decision to make, and ultimately it was a group decision by the board. So don't give me more power than I have, but I did not and could not have unilaterally made that decision for the foundation. So there's a lot to do about nothing, and lots of stuff comes out in public records requests. So we'll see. I'm not sure what recorder or what request we're talking about, but just to clarify on the letter. Any other discussion on the item before we go to a vote? Trustee Zia for a second time.
Yes, you should have provided it to the rest of the board, since it is a point of consideration specifically on tonight's board item. And Superintendent President Munoz, this is nothing against you. I'm not impugning you. I know there was no ill intent. I do believe you have a good heart, but I'm not going to make a federal case about this like my colleagues have done in the past. I think it's an error. In the future, if we're going to make decisions like this, our partner, the foundation, if they want to weigh in, I'd certainly like to hear their perspective and have it as part of the consideration process.
Vice President Chico.
It seems to be kind of a sticking point. So I don't know if this is something that we should consider making policy about, making sure that there is a procedure that we can all follow. When I first got here, I had a lot of information to read and take in, and I recall specifically a conversation that got a little contentious about a letter from the foundation that went to then President Zia that was not shared with the rest of the board. And so that's fine if we want to establish a procedure that is now something that we should all do, because it sounds like this is something that Trustee Zia thinks that we should do, and I don't know if the other board members feel that way as well, but I just recall that that's happened before when you received a letter from the foundation and you didn't share it with the board either. So maybe we can eliminate these issues by providing or creating a procedure that we can all follow.
May I respond?
I think that's a good idea, Vice President Chico. And not to get off too much on the topic at hand and to keep us focused, we are looking at the $5 million contract with the foundation so that they can give scholarships to students how they always do and through their normal selection process. And so we've already gone to you twice, Trustee Zia.
Yes, we have 2 minutes,
I
40
do-
seconds left. I just want to
but
respond
I'll
to
just say-
Trustee
I'll just
Chico,
say-
just like you have.
Excuse me? I'll just say,
Oh,
I
you're
know
still
you're not
talking, I'm
familiar with
sorry.
Robert's Rules of Order, but this would be an ideal opportunity where you say, point of personal privilege, because you were mentioned in the previous commentary that you could respond through Robert's Rules of Order. So I'll do that for you, point of personal privilege, because it was brought up about an example that you were part of. And if you want to respond to that, please do, and we are almost out of time.
Sure. Vice President Chico, the difference with that was that was after the board had made a determination and voted on the contract, and then we got the letter from the foundation. Second, there was no federal case and hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on that very point. Third, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think in order to prevent any kind of misunderstandings with our great partner, the foundation, or any other partners, I think that's a brilliant suggestion. I've brought that up in the past. I didn't see any appetite from this board, but I do agree with you. I think we should have a policy and procedure that will help crystallize and make it clear so that the board president or any other board members knows what the protocol is. And I appreciate you bringing that up.
I'll take a point of personal privilege. What is the federal case that you're talking about?
That I didn't submit the letter. Before you mansplain again to me, let's just move on and vote on this, because you seem to do that a lot, Mr. Chair, and I don't think there's any stamina or energy or appetite for people listening to you take multiple points of privilege and try to muzzle discussion when I have a response to colleagues.
True. It's not mansplaining, we're just following Robert's Rules of Order. But again, you mentioned some type of federal case that we are unaware of. And if you could clarify what that you're...
Oh, sure. The hundreds of thousands of dollars, about $630,000 that you've spent making this a point of your issue that you had with me on your litigation that you lost in court in November. That's what I'm talking about. This was one of the issues that you brought, and it's a height of hypocrisy that you're accusing me of not giving a letter that had no merit after we had taken a vote. This was before we took a vote, and it's been 7 months, and you guys withheld this letter, and that's what I'm talking about. That's the federal case.
Thank you for the clarification. And just to clarify one further time, Board Counsel Ewing, is there any federal case revolving?
Thank you, President Ntuk. I'm not aware of any case pending in the United States District Court. That would be the Central District, where we are located here in Southern California. I'm not aware of one.
Great, thanks for the clarification. All right, with that, let's take a vote on should we give the foundation $5 million for scholarships. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the contract is awarded. I believe that's the end of our consent agenda, which is scheduled to make the meeting go faster. We'll now move to Section 7, Human Resources. We'll go to 7.1, which is an employment contract. This is an action and a motion for the interim director of student equity It's recommended the Board of Trustees approve the employment contract of Eric Becerra, Interim Director of Student Equity. It's for a term of March 24th, 2022 through March 24th, 2023, with an annual compensation of $116,038 for health and welfare benefits and life insurance.
So moved.
Need a motion in a second. I have Trustee Zia with the motion and Trustee Baxter with the second. Any discussion on the employment contract? Seeing and
Yes.
hearing none, we'll take a roll. We don't need to do a roll call vote. Nope. Trustee Zia?
I raised my hand. Yes, I just wanted to congratulate Eric and appreciate having him on board.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the employment contract? Seeing and hearing none, let's take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted, and the contract is accepted. Moving to item 7.2, employment contract for Randy Tutor, Dean of Kinesiology and Athletics. This is also an action item that will need a motion in a second.
moved.
It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve an employment contract for Dean of Kinesiology and Athletics as submitted. The term of employment is from March 24th, 2022 through March 24th, 2024. Annual compensation of $171,738, health and welfare benefits, and life insurance. I did get some motions and seconds before I finished speaking, and so let's go back and say who had the motion in a second.
I apologize. I got a little excited, I guess. I made the motion.
Vice President Chico with the motion.
Baxter,
Trustee
second.
Baxter with the second. Any discussion on the employment contract for the Dean of Kinesiology and Athletics?
Congratulations, Randy.
Seeing and hearing none, let's take a voice vote. All those in favor say
I want to ask a question.
yes.
Why don't we put people's contracts ending June 30th instead of in the middle of the year? Is there a rule about that? In other words, ending with the fiscal year?
Before our vote, we'll have one question on contract term conclusion. Any benefit to the college or to the employee to go to the end of the fiscal year?
I mean, we could, let's use Eric Becerra because he's already passed. But why wouldn't his contract end June 30th, 2023? Why would you only give somebody a year? Why wouldn't you end in the fiscal year?
So, and I'll defer to Vice President Ushua to expand, but my understanding is we typically do, honestly, I'm not understanding the question.
Okay, well, I'll give you an even better example. Your contract when you were interim superintendent president ended June 30th, because I suggested it.
So his contract's not ending June 30th is what you're saying?
Pardon me?
You're saying you're questioning why his contract's not
Yeah.
ending June 30th?
It just seems to me that would make sense rather than to hire somebody in the middle of the year. I'm just
I'll
asking.
have Vice President Ushua respond.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause trouble.
Typically, it would depend on how we would want to fashion the contracts, but if there is a desire to extend it to the June of the ending contract of each term, we can certainly do that.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you for the question and answer on the term. Let's take a vote now. All those in favor of adopting the employment contract, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Any abstentions? The ayes have it, and the contract is adopted. Moving to item 7.3, this is the California Community College Classified Employee of the Year. We have someone special to recognize tonight. There will be cupcakes. This is an action item that we need a motion in a second, and it's recommended the Board of Trustees endorse the nomination of Dario De Santiago for the California Community College Classified Employee of the Year. And this is in recognition of Dario's outstanding service throughout the pandemic, helping us move to virtual meetings and digital files and special guests who didn't know what button to click when, and keeping us on point, and coming in here physically to the campus to help manage all the communication. So we'll need a motion and a second to start the process, and then we will do a photo, and we're going to take a quick recess for cupcakes.
So moved.
I have a motion from Trustee
Second.
Zia, a second by Vice President Chico. Any discussion about Dario before we take a vote?
Yes, President.
We'll go to Trustee Zia.
Thank you. I think this is so well deserved, Dario. I appreciate you. We all appreciate you. You have been through so much in this tumultuous times, and I can't say enough good things about you. You've dealt with some issues that you shouldn't have, but you handled it very graciously, and I really appreciate what your personality. It says a lot about your character. I've had the privilege of working with you while you were at the port, and I'm very, very much pleased that you're here at the college and taking care of us, and we're in good hands with you. Congratulations, and a big mazel tov.
Any other trustees?
Well deserved.
Trustee Malulu?
Dario, 2 years ago this time was probably the worst professional time of your life when it comes to having to learn and relearn and study and restudy Zoom. And I remember a lot of the conversations that we had with you and other members of IT and communications, and I was going crazy and I wasn't the one doing it. So I could only imagine how insane it was for you all who had to figure out how to host board meetings and get faculty and classified and everybody working remotely. So, personal debt of gratitude to you for getting us through those times, and then for just really honing your skills over the course of many, many months, and it just kept getting better and smoother. And I think you probably didn't want us to come back in person because you were like, I was such a pro at Zoom. But we're very grateful, and you definitely deserve this recognition, so enjoy it. Thank you.
Vice President Chico?
So used to seeing just your picture. This is the first time I've actually seen you animated and moving. But you are incredible. You were like a pioneer, right? This was uncharted territory. It's like, we're going to throw everything online and make it happen. And what do you mean breakout rooms? And what is that? And don't leave the meeting, leave the room, like all these different rules, and you mastered it. And my first board meeting virtually, I had all these VIPs that were there that you had to put on screen, and I mean, it was amazing. It wasn't in person, but you did such a wonderful job, and you still made that moment for me very special, and I appreciate that. Because I've been on so many Zooms, particularly early on, when people were bombing it, they'd jump in, and there was a lot of, it was kind of disorderly, and it's never been like that with you. And so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You are a wizard at all of this, and we appreciate you. Congratulations.
All right. With that, let's take Dr. Munoz?
Yes, if I could just also jump in and just say, Dario, we are so extremely lucky to have you, and we do have, I think, our first reception. We're going to take a break, right, Board President Technology, and so I just wanted to say thank you too as well.
We all appreciate you. All right, with that, let's take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Congratulations, you're a nomination. And let's take a recess for 5 minutes to take a photo and get some cupcakes.
Okay.
We'll reconvene from recess. It's now 9:41 p.m. We had a brief recess to celebrate Dario's nomination for Classified Employee of the Year. We're now moving to Section 8 on the Academic Senate. 8.1 is a new and modified and inactive courses. This is an action item, and it has a recommendation the Board of Trustees approve new, modified, and inactive courses effective fall 2023 as submitted. These include ethnic studies for educators, exploring metal fabrication, community resources for special education, cake decorations, holiday desserts, elements of group communication. Inactive courses are understanding domestic violence, 3D printing, fundamentals, laser cutting, advanced criteria, music history, and others, and including distance education for ECE, work experience, ethnic studies for educators, education, and reading for citizens AX. We'll need a motion in a second.
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Trustee Zia, second by Trustee Baxter. Any discussion on the
I have one thing.
submitted questions? Trustee Baxter.
I promise I'll be quick. I just want to salute who came up with Educational 6 Ethnic Studies for Education Educators. This should be outreach to the Long Beach, every single unified district, because it's a great idea, and I just want to salute whoever came up with that.
Thank you so much. Trustee Malou?
Trustee Baxter, so just to respond to what you said, Long Beach Unified does have, they do offer an ethnic studies course. That's a college-level course to high school students. My oldest daughter took it when she was in the 11th grade, and then they also have it available now. So my oldest is now at Poly, and he's going to be taking it as well. And it is a university-level transferable class, so it's great that they're taking it in high school.
I was thinking of every teacher.
Oh, absolutely.
I was thinking this would be great for every teacher to take this class.
Absolutely.
Yes, I agree. I know what you're saying, but that's where I was going with it. But thank you. That's a good response.
If I may, just add a bit of
Dr.
context to it.
Douglas?
We're really proud. This was a partnership between our Ethnic Studies program and our Reading and Teacher Prep programs. Frank Perez and Megan Kaplinsky and the folks in those areas were really instrumental in putting this together. So we're really proud. You're right. It's great work, and I think it's going to be excellent for our community.
Okay, great.
All right. Any other discussion on the motion at hand? Seeing and hearing none, let's take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The new and modified and inactive courses are adopted. Moving to item 8.2, new and modified programs of study. This is also an action item, and it's a recommendation of the Board of Trustees approve new and modified program studies effective fall of 2023. They include a new credit program, Certificate of Achievement for Criminal Forensics, modification of credit programs, Certificate of Achievement, Front-End Web Development, Associate of Science and Web Development, Certificate of Achievement in Web Development. Is there a motion and a second for this program of study change?
So moved.
Trustee Baxter,
Second.
Vice President Chico. Any discussion on the motion at hand? Seeing and hearing none, let's take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The new and modified programs of study are adopted. Moving to Section 9, Academic Affairs. The next item, 9.1, is a first reading information item, but it's new and revised policy and administrative procedures for Chapter 4 of the Academic Affairs. So this includes Board Policy 4101, 4231, 4250, 4260, 4400, 4610, 4800, 4850, and the associated administrative procedures to go with those board policies. And they range from independent study to grade changes, dismissal, probation, prerequisites, community service programs, textbook adoptions, and curriculums that are scheduled days and hours to be arranged. There is a significant number of attachments. This is a first reading, and this aligns with the CCLC policy standards that we've been doing the last year or so. Any discussion on these new or revised policy proposals? This is no action, just a first reading. Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to Section 10. Administrative and Business Services. 10.1, a revision of Board Policy and Administrative Procedure, Chapter 6, Business and Fiscal Services. Board Policy 6320 and 6321. This is the second reading, and they have the associated administrative procedures there for information. But this is a recommendation of a motion and a second, an action item that the Board of Trustees approve Board Policy Chapter 6, 6320 and 6321 as submitted. They include investments and investments in racial equity fund. Is there a motion and a second for this item?
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Zia,
Second.
second by Vice President Chico. Any discussion on the item, on the policy? This is a second reading. Seeing and hearing none, we'll call for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any extensions? The policy is adopted. Moving to Section 11, Student Services, 11.1, Arizona State University Local Partnership Update Executive Summary. This is an information item. Attached is a PDF of a summary from Dr. Corral, is an update on the partnership between Long Beach City College and Arizona State University. And maybe Dr. Corral, do you want to speak to this item?
Sure. Thank you, Board President Ntuk. What you have before you is a summary of a partnership that we've embarked on with Arizona State University. I'd like to thank Board President Ntuk for helping with the vision and leadership in connecting us with ASU. He helped lead a small team to the newly located downtown LA center that is currently located at the historic Herald Examiner building. So we now have the opportunity for those students transferring to ASU to have a hybrid model. We had, over the last 3 years, almost 200 students transfer to ASU, most of which took those courses online. So now they have the opportunity to not only take those online, but also get some one-on-one coaching each week with a coach that's assigned to them from ASU as they go to the downtown location, in addition to other resources and supports that are available to them, such as scholarships and access to the various resources. One of the things that we're really excited about is the connection to their transcript evaluation service. So students will be able to know while they're still out here at LBCC which courses are already transferred to the ASU specifically and what is still needed to complete their transfer. So they could see in real time what that looks like. So this is a strong partnership with our counseling department as well as our transfer center. Our interim dean, Javier Villaseñor, has done a great job in working with Ruben Page, our transfer coordinator, in helping facilitate the operational aspects. So the board should be expecting the MOU executed for the next board meeting.
Okay. Well, very good.
Thank you, Dr. Corral. Dr. Williams, anything else you want to add?
No, I think I would just acknowledge what Dr. Corral mentioned, that we're very excited about this partnership with ASU. It's been a long time coming. And again, thank you for your leadership as well in supporting us and bringing this partnership to us.
Thank you, Dr. Williams and Dr. Corral.
Who created the partnership?
Oh, it's my fault. I started the communication between the institutions. So
That's great.
I wasn't here when that happened, so thank you for
no
doing that.
worries. I'll blame it on my commute. I used to commute to LA City Hall to Long Beach every day, and they had banners out that ASU was coming to downtown LA, and Arizona State's trying to be more innovative, and so they bought a very large parcel in downtown Los Angeles, renovated the building, and now offer courses in downtown LA as part of their global university program. And so there's an opportunity for students to get a degree from Arizona State, but they don't have to leave California. They don't leave their home. You know, a lot of times people don't want to go away for college, but they may want to get a degree. Arizona State offers same in-state tuition as a CSU.
Yeah.
So, and also you have Pell Grant eligibility, and they're working on getting Cal Grant eligibility so that students could get all the maximum as if they went to Long Beach State or UCLA or somewhere else like that. So it's a great opportunity to create another pathway to a bachelor's degree for our students.
And my husband has still not forgiven you for that. I just want to make it clear, he's a Wildcat.
You know, University of Arizona is stuck in the past. Out of state. I will talk to him about that. Thank you. So this is an information item, just bringing it up for attention to everybody in advance, and it'll come next month, right, Dr. Ratza, for MOU adoption. And we hope to build on other opportunities with them. They're looking for strategic partners in the region. And, you know, the cool thing is you can take the bus pass and the metro and go get off in downtown LA and walk to campus. And so how cool is that to have that opportunity for students? So thank you for the update. Moving to, that's it for section 11. Section 12, reports. Board of Trustee reports, 5 minutes. I think last time I started with Z last time, so I think I'm going to start with B and Baxter this time.
Well, but you could start with.
Or do you want to go? Yeah.
Whatever you are the president.
Oh, I didn't think I had any power. All right. All right. You got your paperwork
That
ready.
chocolate now is waking me
Now
up.
you're
I'm
awake.
sorry.
No more than 5 minutes for board reports. Any, mini, miny, mo, we'll go with Trustee Baxter to start, and I'll go back and forth.
Okay, thank
How
you.
about that?
And boy, Dario, you had me worried because you walked away there for a second, so I was killing time. Okay, on February 25th, an organization that Vice President Chico, Trustee Z and I belong to, AAUW, held a STEM conference for 200 middle school girls. And here is our keynote speaker, Taryn Williams, who's a graduate of Long Beach City College and Cal State, now getting her doctorate at UC Irvine. Okay, just wait for the next one. Okay, then I attended the accreditation kickoff, the Rotary Scholarship meeting, the CCEJ Advisory Committee meeting. And I'm sorry that the journalism students left because on March 5th, AAUW had a speaker whose name is Lisa Napoli, and she was fantastic, and unfortunately her speech was not taped, but I want to talk to Walter, the journalism teacher, about asking her to come and speak because she talked about media and journalism and all that today. Then on the 8th, I went to the Lakewood YMCA Mayor's Breakfast. Also later in the 8th, the California Community College Women's Caucus. Then on the 9th, okay, Dario, next one, I had coffee with a cop. This is Daisy Gomez, who is the community outreach person for Starbucks, and she wants to hire our students, so run down there and sign up. Okay, the next thing, on the 9th, I went to that's the next photo, the Social Justice Intercultural, and look at, I need to work for media because what a fabulous photo that is. But anyway, it was so wonderful and heartwarming to have that wonderful dedication of our Social Justice Intercultural Center. Then on the 11th, the chair of the Heart of the House committee for Ronald McDonald House. Then on the 16th, I want to salute Sonia Della Torre and Linda Olmos. They spoke about the Justice Scholars Program to the League of Women Voters, and they did a super job. Then on the 18th, I went to the Latino Summit. Then Hall of Champions, okay, the next one. This is for Herlinda. Look at your screen. This is a running joke. This is Greg Townsend, LBCC alumnus, who was a Oakland Raider, and so I said, and Los Angeles Raider, and I said, you have to take my picture because I'm going to make Herlinda jealous. And then on the 19th, I attended Literary Women. That's the next one. And there were 600 women from all over listening to authors. And this woman on the left is Marie Cartier, and she is a Long Beach City College creative writing student. And so they give a scholarship to Cal State and Long Beach City College and Chapman, a bunch of other places, so that a emerging writer can have a chance to listen to current best-selling kinds of authors. So it was a wonderful weekend. I can't believe I'm done ahead of time.
Hold on, you got to go 4 more minutes. No, thank you. We'll go over to Vice President Chico next.
Great. So I was also at the Latino Economic Impact Working Group. It's a wonderful group of Latino leaders in Long Beach. It's the same group that helped produce the Latino Economic Impact Report in 2017. I was part of that inaugural group as well. And it was wonderful to have Dr. Munoz there to speak to the group and talk about how Long Beach City College is a Latino serving community college and all the great resources that we provide. I think everybody was really impressed with that. I also took a visit to Long Beach Transit for Transportation Worker Appreciation Week. And what I found out in my conversation with the Long Beach Transit employees is that in a few years, they will be a full fleet of electric vehicles, which is wonderful. So if you go to the facility on Anaheim and Cherry, you'll see all of the charging stations for these huge buses. But I also learned that they have their training facility in North Long Beach, and I asked if there was if they've worked with Long Beach City College to maybe come up with a certification program for the mechanics who work on electric vehicles, because that's what they're doing. They train right there in North Long Beach. And they said that they hadn't. So I'm hoping that maybe we can make that connection, because that may be something that we can offer to our students, particularly when we're talking about outreaching to North Long Beach a little bit more. And then I want to thank Sonia De La Rosa, Dr. Corral, and Dr. Carmichael for meeting with two council members from the city of Avalon. I think you all know how important resources in Avalon are. It's a priority of mine, and we're now having these conversations, and we're going to go to the island to actually get the perspective of the community and what they want, and then we can really tailor to the needs of the community. So I'm excited about that. The conversation was wonderful. You have to see the island. You have to talk to the people to understand some of the challenges that they face every day. So I really appreciate that really robust conversation we had. Avalon is also going to have, it's technically their first, but it's actually their second, but they're having their Pride event. Last year was their inaugural Pride event, and there was about 25 of us that walked from the main place to the casino and back. But I'm part of the planning committee. It's going to happen in June. It would be great if the college had a presence there for their Pride celebration. It's going to be a couple days. There's going to be a lot of activities. But you know, again, it's just supporting the community that's there. So I'd love to have a further conversation about that. And that's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, one more. Sorry. I want to recognize Richard Blackman, our student trustee, and congratulate him, because if you don't know, our Mayor Garcia snatched him up for a fellowship. And so now he is working in Mayor Garcia's office, and that's huge. I want to thank Mayor Garcia for always looking at our students as well and providing opportunities for them. But Richard is so exceptional. I think the word has gotten out, so I don't know how much longer we're going to keep him here, but from Long Beach to DC, everybody's raving about our student trustee. So congratulations, Richard.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Trustee Zia next.
I have no report.
We'll go to Trustee Malauulu next.
Thank you. Once again, to the handful of people that are still here, thank you for being with us in person, and thank you for everyone. Thank you to everyone who played a hand in preparing this room for the return of the board meetings. Your work doesn't go unnoticed, from the plexiglass dividers, even in the back boardroom. We're just very grateful. And I would like to extend an extra special thank you to Interim Board Secretary Michelle Reese, who's been doing an outstanding job, and she's been having to navigate everybody remotely. It's not easy having to coordinate 5 schedules and 5 communications and correspondence, and then her very first in-person meeting. So welcome, everyone, and thank you. Also, a shout out for Women's History Month. I'm sorry I don't have a pretty Zoom background behind me. I was so used to my Zoom backgrounds, but really grateful for all of the different activities that the district has sponsored this month. Exciting to be able to tune in and then watch them later on YouTube. So thankful for all the work that goes into things like that. Also want to acknowledge students that we have, not only from Ukraine, but also from Russia and other countries that are being impacted by the conflict in that area, and those students who are also trying to help and be supportive. So very grateful for that. We see you, and it makes us very proud to have students that are so caring for others so far away. Congratulations on accreditation. Very grateful for all the hard work that went into that. Thank you to everybody, because we all know how tough accreditation could be. And as far as some of the things that I've been doing, I've attended a slew of ACCT meetings. We're just going to leave it at that. On February 28th, I attended the LACSA. I'm in a trustee academy for continued training, and we're meeting once a month on Monday evenings remotely. And this last month, February 28th, was about financials. So I learned a lot, actually. It was really good education. I attended the March 7th Lakewood Mayor Prayer Breakfast. Again, it was really nice to be at that event in person. And then on March 8th, the California Women's Caucus as well. I think Trustee Baxter and I rep it for LBCC. One regret that I have this month was this last Friday, the Hall of Champions. Trustee Chico and I were actually at another event Friday evening, and we were both trying to leave so we could make it here for the Hall of to the Hall of Champions event, and we were both looking at each other like we gotta go. And unfortunately, the timing and the people that we were with, we couldn't pull ourselves away. I communicated with Randy, and he knew what was going on, and that video is phenomenal. So that I Am a Champion video is incredible. So thank you for that. Other than that, I just want to encourage everybody. We're, halfway through the semester. We got another few weeks to go, just about halfway through. We got spring break to look forward to. Hang in there, be strong, get those midterms going, everybody, right, Trustee Blackman? And thank you all for all the hard work that you do to make this institution just as wonderful as it is. Choked up. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Malulu. I'll give a brief report. I just want to, again, say what a great meeting tonight. Back in person, the sabbatical presentations, recognizing employees, policy discussions. It's really nice to be here in person, and I think we really took it for granted, pre-pandemic, of seeing each other, and thank everybody for the modifications of dealing with trying to hear each other through these plexiglass. And I'm sorry, Michelle, you were saying something earlier, and we missed the whole thing, but it's we're working through it. And it's just also just take a step back and notice that this is also the first time Dr. Corral and Vice President Shua is here on the dais, and Dr. Douglas, and it's so nice to welcome and see everyone here in person and have our first meeting together. And so it's just want to thank everybody for their contributions tonight, and across both on the dais and off the dais. So it's just a great evening to get together in person. So just wanted to note that and thank everybody. With that, we are almost done. I lost my place. I used to be able to just have my screen in front of me. Board reports of committees. I don't know if any committees have met between the last month. I was not part of any. So we have no reports for 12.1. 12.3, public comments on non-agenda items. I don't know if we have any Non-agenda item public comments?
No requests.
No requests came in. Man, we're moving fast here after we had that long cupcake recess. Let's see. 14, second closed session. Yes, we will. We're going to go in and have a second closed session after we adjourn the meeting here to finish some items. And then moving to adjournment, I did not get any names for adjourn in memory of anyone tonight.
Oh, you mean somebody, what is?
I don't. We usually get names of adjourn in the memory of somebody.
Okay, go.
She knows more people than me.
No, I know more older people. No, if we could
I just said
adjourn the
people.
meeting in memory of Barbara Gleason, who was the wife, I didn't want to go this far, but this is fine, who was the wife of Bernie Gleason, who taught here for over 40 years, and her memorial is Saturday at 10 a.m. Barbara Gleason.
We'll get that spelling. Thank you so much. Item 15.1 is adjournment. Our next regular Board of Trustees meeting will be held on April 27, 2022. Here, it's planned to be here as long as there's no variance or anything. It'll be here, closed session starting at 4:30 and open session at 5:30. And this will adjourn the meeting. We are now at 10:07, and let's take a moment of silence for Ms. Gleason. Thank you. We are adjourned. All right. We are reconvening out of our second closed session. We have no reportable action out of our second closed session. This is going to adjourn the end of the regular meeting for March 23rd. It is now 10:59 p.m. Thanks again. Have a good evening.